Stay. Literate. Lack of knowledge, it's a deficit, why don't you get with it? Can you get with it? Monumental task without it, why not get with it? Niggas get having fits, it never a quick fix. Trick doing tricks for preaching in the pulpit. The religious think science be a trick, but it's a religious trick. Pull out the blick, pray to Jesus, but still selling bricks. You still don't get it, you're still with it. Now you're in deficit, so what can science fix?
Can't fix your ignorance, your constant belligerence keeps y'all in a trick. In a trick. That shit's continue, stay at cap. You stay at cap.
What we do with that, we teach the teachers teach. Call cap on the preacher, if this was knowledge, you're in the bleachers. The pseudo slip, do some magic tricks. Back to not reaching you, we the teachers teach. Calling cap on the preacher, the grifter grifting. Where there's a grift, there's no lifting. The tide is shifting, we practice then we uplift it. It's a polished gift, so what can science fix?
Can't fix your ignorance, your constant belligerence keeps y'all in a trick.
Still in a trick.
Still in a trick. That shit's continue. You stay at cap. You stay at cap.
No time for the grift. We kill them pseudo. No, that's lit. Shit stay lit. We never quit. Not one bit. The literacy's lit. Killing them with the science shit. Teachers, teacher. Call cap on the peach. Stay, literate, steam.
I'm going to share what I have. One love, yes. Okay, let's get this done. It's going to be a lot, but remember, in a debate, they were like, "Well, where's this? Where's that?" Because they didn't do well. Let me say, when I say they, I mean Ali, because I wasn't debating everybody. At a moment, it did feel like that, but officially, I was debating um, Ali. So let's get this. Okay, so first and foremost, I want to read this article, The Rise of Single Fathers. Why am I doing that? Because there was information that I referenced in the debate. This is Pew Research Center. People over here have seen me use data from, of course, who doesn't use Pew Research data? Like I said, I always pick up new stalkers when it comes to women. I have yet another Black woman who claims to be for people and for her people. Black is the other side of the moon, but she cannot stop talking negatively about me, and I don't even know her. But it's okay because she's just added to a list of dozens and dozens of other Black women who are supposed to be thinking of themselves in a sisterhood before they even think of me. That just for no reason, I know what it is. It's jealousy, and it's years and years, decades of being abused by men and women because of who they are, and the girl that looked like me or got attention that they remembered, I remind her of them, so they just have to focus on me. It's gonna be okay. Because she made me giggle. She said, "Oh, I can dox you, baby. It's already been done. Doxing, going over to my mama's house, trying to make her have a heart attack, trying to break in her house, deep fake AI because they want me to look like Medea or like you." They've done it all. So I'm just saying, this one was in the chat talking about, oh, she does this and that. So this is for her too. I know she's gonna get a little tingle in her thighs when she even hears me even take this 30 seconds that I brought her up. It's for everybody over there. Untouchable empire, baby. Met HOK. Actually, Napah Shadah, to be specific, and of the HOK. And this is what I do. So let me get, and another thing, all this shit about monologues and she talks too much. I am a debater. I do the John Brown style debating. Okay. I know how to do, I guess I know how to get it in these YouTube streets and get down and dirty. But if Fatty didn't seem like he had a problem with it. I'm talking about the chat right now for everybody. All the people are like, she won't answer questions. And all I needed to do is to be directed by the moderator. I'm used to being a debater. If I was doing something off, Fatty would jump in and he'd say, "Oh, okay, don't do that," or give that. So no, anyway, I got that out the way because there's just some things, but I loved it. It was great because I felt like I was cooking Ali a la mode. And it's all love. I have Ali. He talked with Sonetter, my husband. They really got along, so they have a lot in common. They have a Muslim background, so they had a great time. So all this stuff that I'm saying, all this mess talking, it's just really in fun. It's just hubris. Okay, so all right, let me get this and read it. The rise of single fathers. Again, I'm just going to run through this very quickly so I can get the data out there. Says that I did have, because they asked me to show some stuff and I didn't have it on hand. Let's see here. A record of, I'm sharing it. Yes, I am. Okay. Don't forget to, let's see here. All right. A record 8% of households with minor children in the United States are headed by a single up from just over 1% in 1960. According to the Pew Research Center analysis of decennial census and American Community Survey data. All right, let's move right on down. I can still read this too. The number of single father households has increased about ninefold since 1960, from less than 300,000 to more than 2.6 million in 2011. In comparison, the number of single mother households increased more than fourfold during that time period, up to 8.6 million in 2011 from 1.9 million in 1960. Okay, let's get down here. What do I want to read? Let's see. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Right here. Right here. For everybody, I want to read this first. I mentioned that the fathers are cohabiting, or I can say cohabitating. If people can say snuck as past tense for sneaked, I'll say cohabitating, but it's cohabiting. There are notable differences between single mothers and single fathers. Single fathers are more likely than single mothers to be living with a cohabiting partner. Let me read that again. There are notable differences between single mothers and single fathers. Single fathers are more likely than single mothers to be living with cohabiting partners. What are the percentages? Well, 41% of single fathers are living with a cohabiting partner. 41%. That means it is a grandma, a girlfriend. I'll put money on it that there's a woman there. There is a representative of the parent in the nuclear family. The issue is that children in the United States, in the West, are not faring well with the absence of one of the representatives of one of the parents, either the mother or the father, a representative, not the biological sex, not the actual identifying gender, man, no, the representative of the parent, which is mother. So can a same-sex couple raise a child, and is there research showing that the child fares better behaviorally and academically in a two-parent same-sex home and heterosexual home compared to a single father home or a single mother home? Yes, the data is out there. So single fathers are actually, some of them are solo, but 41% of them, that's a lot, are living with a partner and or a parent. But single mothers, only 16% are living with a and or a parent that may be a father, but I'm going to gamble that that's not a father there. Why? Because we have a cycle, I'm going to call it an epidemic of single mother households. The boy, the male, I should say, who's living and cohabitating, his mom is probably there because she probably was a single mother too, according to the statistics. We need to point this out. I brought this up in my debate. They said somebody, a lot of them are saying I lied. Not Ali, not Fatty, but a lot of people are, well, I deleted some of the comments, but there's one still on my comment board, said I lied about all my data. This is the data I used. Single fathers that you're bragging about, the results are showing that they're equivalent, which they're not equivalent to two-parent households, but the results of the children, it's because they have a mother figure represented in the home raising the child. It's a complete family. And most of the single mother-led homes are not complete families. Only 16% compared to the 41%. Okay, got that out the way, right? We're good? Okay. All right, let's see what else. Oh, here's another little gem that I dropped too. I said, because of poverty, single fathers on average have higher incomes than single mothers, less likely to be living at or below the poverty line. 24% versus 43%. So only 24% of single father households are living below the poverty line. There's a lot of factors in there already. They have somebody helping them pay the bills. Also, and of course, they're making more money. Even though women have white collar, government jobs, which they've been grandfathered in. I guess to say that's not the greatest way to put it. Women, since the 1960s, when women that were in poverty, they wanted to be moved off into the workforce. Who do you think was hiring them? The government. That doesn't mean they're not qualified to do, and they're doing excellent jobs. But the government, they were in government jobs. And why am I saying that? Because even though they have these government jobs and these, they pay for their education, they pay for them to go to school, and a lot of women are, and I think it's beautiful. Yes, it's something that women do well, and it is something that society needs. We can't function without education, right? But even though they have more education, men are still making more money. That's on deck if you need it, but I'm not going to get off track too much. So we got that out of the way. That's one of the articles I used. Moving right along. Let me get to the next article. Actually, that was, I wouldn't say article. I'm calling it an article, but it's research. It's data from Pew Research. But it's okay. Articles are definitely very much helpful in debates, but that isn't an article. So let's stop sharing that. Or it is, whatever you want to say. Potato, potato. Okay. Unmarried parents. I'm just going to try to zoom through these. Unmarried parents terminology. This is, let me tell you what this paper is. This is Pew Research still. And let me go to the top so you can see it. Okay, so this is Pew Research. You see that? It's okay. The changing profile of unmarried parents. This is all the data that I actually researched it. I actually did the research. A growing share are living with partner. Yeah. Okay, so let's move right down to terminology just so I can the meat of the sandwich. Okay. Throughout fathers and mothers refer to people who are living with their children younger than 18 years old, and to people who are their spouses or partners. These include both biological parents and parents who are not biologically linked to the children in their family. That would be step-parents, right? The current population survey, which is CPS, if you ever see it again, it's not Child Protective Services, it's CPS, current population survey, does not explicitly ask about custody arrangements, but any parent whose child lives with them most of the time is counted as living with that child. I'm trying to show you how the data work. Killed my brother Ali in the debate. He didn't look at the data. In cases where custody is split 50-50, the parent is counted as living with their child if the child is you. So even there, the data that we're using, the census taker shows up and the child might happen to be there. We don't know how long that child's with that dad, if the child doesn't live there, if the child is visiting. But anyway, I'm just showing you this is how the data, this is what the data consists of. This is what the data says, that you were all of the Ali and all the manosphere and all these woman hate channels saying single fathers are better than single mothers. They're just like two-parent households. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. You need two-parent households are the apex. They are the epitome. All cohabiting parents, meaning parents who are living with a partner to whom they are not married, are identified in analyses since 2007. Okay. From 1995 to 2006, the CPS only collected data on cohabitation among unmarried household heads. So only those respondents and their partners are counted as cohabiting. This leads to an undercount of cohabiting parents for those years. The size of this undercount prior to 2007 can't be determined, but in 2007, the vast majority, 93%, of all cohabiting parents were either the head of household or the partner of the head. Prior to 1995, cohabiting couples were not identified in the CPS. This is some of them. Let me give some of this out. Here we go. This is what I used right here. All same-sex couples, regardless of their marital status, are classified as cohabiting. They're in the study. Fatty and Ali, this is what you wanted. This is what I'm trying to find. Took me a minute. I couldn't find it. I have so many, think of all the Pew, it says Pew Research in my emails. So, because I was emailing, that's what I do. That's my method. I email everything to myself, then I read through everything. So, right here, all same-sex couples, regardless of their marital status, are classified as cohabiting, since that is the convention used in the CPS. For more on same-sex parents, see LGB families and relationships, analyses of the 2013 National Health Interview Survey. So I'm going to go ahead and got that out because that's what I wanted to show, the stuff about cohabiting and that LGB two parents are in the study. They're not excluded. They're actually in the study. And so now I'm going to move on to the next one. I'm going to try to knock these out. Okay, I did that one. Let's do this one. Okay, so here it is. This one is, I mentioned this, challenged him on this. Child well-being in same-sex parent families, review of research prepared for American Sociological Association amicus brief. Why did I show this? Because his position is men are better parents than women. He used without reading it thoroughly, he used that I just showed you in the study that was compiled by the U.S. Census Bureau, Pew Research, and a couple, I think that's the crux of it. And of course, the NIH, which I'm going to read that soon. So, there's some references to papers and research done and papers written that are in the data that, or actually, he just parroted the information from an article that's been misused by some ex-sex worker, which she's now, I don't know why she wrote that article saying single fathers are better parents than single mothers. And they run with that all over the manosphere. I hope you guys will learn your lesson and not use that trash anymore. That's a lie. She's taking empirical data. Yes, she's taking the data, the sources, and she's twisting the information. That's why I said skewed information. I'm not disputing the source, but the manosphere, they're not even clicking on the source and reading the papers. I mean, even that nappy-headed chicken head over there, and I'm nappy-headed too. We'll be nappy-headed together. That chicken head over there, at least she seems like she's smart. At least I think she's half a brain. She's reading the article. Maybe not, because her dumbass was posting stuff up that was helping my argument, talking about I'm not ready. Girl, if you don't take several seats back in the back of the class with the boys who like to, copy off your paper. I love it. Okay, so let's see here. Child well-being in same-sex parent families. Review of research prepared for American Sociological Association amicus brief. Let's read this. The abstract, real quickly, I hope. Cases before. No, I'm not reading all that. This is just letting you know that same-sex people are getting discriminated against, and that's serious. I'm not saying that I don't empathize, but I don't want to. I know people have limited time and some limited attention. So let's get to the summary. To date, the consensus social science literature is today the consensus in the social science literature is clear. In the United States, children living with two, this is Ali's, this is what he daggered himself. He committed seppuku. He took the katana, he got on his knees, and he committed seppuku when he used this data. Listen carefully. Two different sex parents, okay, residing with two different sex parents. Numerous credible and methodologically sound studies, including many drawing on nationally representative data, form the basis of this consensus. These studies reveal that children raised in same-sex parent families fare just as well as children in different sex parent families across wide spectrum of child well-being measures: academic performance, cognitive development, social development, psychological health, early sexual activity, and substance abuse. This isn't an argument. I don't want to lose some of my brothers and sisters. This isn't an argument that I'm saying anything about same sex or two parent or better than one parent. I'm not doing any of that. I'm using data this is the data that he used, like our brother, the priest, the Kemetic priest Jabari, Professor Jabari, when he gets in there, he says, I'll kill you with your own source. I'm killing him with his own source. I like to do that too. Shout out to Jabari. He brought this source out. He actually parroted. He said, two parent households. He said, single fathers, the children of single father households do just as well as two parent households. Two parent households being the gold standard, being the litmus test of what's going right in life for children. So when he used the data on he committed seppuku, kamikaze style nosedive, because I said, okay, did you know that same-sex parents are included in that study about two parent households? He didn't know. And that's when they were going crazy. Their heads were spinning I'm talking about the chat. Oh, she's lying, source and show it. It's okay. I have not ever seen so many people so upset over information. Okay? Just take the cut, take the beating, and heal from it and learn. Okay? So this is the facts right here. These studies reveal that children raised in same-sex families fare just as well as two-parent households, right? What does that mean? Across the board. Even some of the studies says they fare better than a heterosexual two-parent households. Yeah, the girls don't become sexually active as early as the same-sex lesbian homes. Now I'm getting real deep. Y'all aren't ready for Napah Shadah. Yes, I'm flexing. This is hubris all the way. This is what you guys do in these streets, these debate YouTube streets. I know how to have a professional debate with with Jabari or let's see, Zion Legs or brother Reggie or Divine Prospect. I don't have to do all of this, or even Captain Tazariak. But with the bottom feeders, I got to start acting a little, talking a little crap. That's what my sister Donquisha told me. She said, you can't just be coming in there doing straight professional debate. You got to get a little gutter. I got you. You're right. Because they have all kinds of chicken heads trying to hit me upside the back of my head with bottles and jumping in and throwing razor blades to the brother while straight clean fight. So I have to take out my piñata bat. So here's this study right here. And what have we determined? That two-parent households, including lesbian households ranked as, according to the data, not me, they are ranked as better faring than single parent households. That's father single parent households included. Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you about that, my friend. Just don't shoot the messenger. So I'm just going to go through this again because he brought that information out. That's what they keep using. Listen, I don't think fathers are necessary. Fathers are crucial. That, let me tell you, the reason these children aren't doing well in the single mother households is because their father is not there. Okay, how can, and this is what I say, how can he be a better parent when he's not there? I don't want to even do that, though. It's not the battle of the sexes. We need to get together and parent these children. And if there are same-sex families, man, man, woman, woman, I kiss them to the sky. I don't care. Look, I kiss them to the sky. Everybody all about, oh, you don't know about this. They have a network that we don't. Get ready to get some. Let me take a minute and listen, talk to y'all. Do you know the cold part is? The cool part is they have a community that works together. I'm talking about the LGBT community. I don't want to add the Q on. And I'm just going to say LBG. I'm not even going to put the trans in the I'm not putting the T in the Q. The lesbian and gay community. I'm not even putting the bi. Cuz that's just, I don't know how that even got in there. Okay? You're gay, period. But the lesbian, meaning the women, and the gay men, they have a solid community when it comes to raising children and doing anything. Let's get this food together. We got some food bank. We're gonna do a community outreach. What do you need? You're sick? Okay, let me get you these resources. I could show you where you can go get community health care. Don't worry about it. We're gonna help you you don't know how to fill out the papers. That's what they're doing in their community. The children's. You rarely will see gay people bashing gay people. Not in real life. I don't know. You rarely will, especially not lesbians. Okay, you can say what you want about women. They're always bringing up, oh, lesbians have the most domestic violence. Okay, and heterosexual couples have too much domestic violence. I'm not talking about dysfunction. When they're on their A game, when they're just moving, not even A game, just moving through life, lesbians, gay men, and gay women say, oh, you're one of me? Let's do this. What's up? Hey, your kid needs this. I can show you where to go get that. Oh, let's go have a family get together. Okay, that always. I know. I know. It always happens. Something. Listen, my internet is very supposed to be really good. It's the area I'm in, and yes, I live in the mountainous area of the valley, so I'm always my internet is tripping on me. But anyway, like I was saying, they get together and children witness community. You remember those times when you were younger? I kind of was turned up anyway, so I needed to just relax because I get angry with just like people and I shouldn't do that because I need to take care of myself. But anyway, remember when you were younger and you could go to family reunions and cookouts, and we don't do that anymore, and we definitely don't do that in our in like predominantly heterosexual communities. Am I saying that gay communities are better than heterosexual communities? No, I'm saying stop trying to do gender, man, woman. It's not going to work. There's no data showing that, but there's data showing two parent compared to one parent, and there's data showing that same sex, they're doing more research on same sex, but there's data showing that. So I showed that the well-being. I'm just going to show one more thing. I think there was one more. I think that's all I had to show, to be honest. Oh, cohabiting. I did talk about cohabiting, right? Maybe I didn't. Let me get that. And then I will play the debate. And keep in mind, that was the first time I was over there, but I mean, no, that's not the first time I was over there. What am I talking about? That's the first time I did a debate over there. Let me just see. Household, single parent and child behavioral problems, child and well-being. I got that one. What is a household according to the U.S. Census? There's a lot. I gotta bring them up again. Oh, I want you to see this one on the lesbians. I just want to. I want to drive this home because it's like if you say that two parent households, according to the study, because that's what he did, he said according to the study, if you say that, look at how great they are compared to single parent, then even single father. Okay, let me get this. Same sex households. Let me do one more. And it's not just about same sex. This is just the data that I didn't have available at the time. The debate wasn't about same sex households at all. Just want to point that out. I just offered the slam dunk on it, and it was needed. Let me just get one more thing. Thank you for bearing with me. Hit the like button while you wait for me to get this. Released family living arrangements. Okay, let me just leave that one. I think that one's good. This is enough. Mothers maintain single parents. Dang it. Let me do one more. Just a minute. Okay. Let's get. I'm just going through all my tabs because for some reason the connection just dropped. Here it is. Fathers cohabitating. I think I did do cohabiting. I did, right? Oh, I did because I said 41%. Okay, good. I don't have to do that. All right, let me get back to everybody. All right, let me share this study. I think I had, okay. Let's see. This is just how many mothers maintain 80% of single parent family groups. Now, single mothers, whether they're lesbian single mothers or heterosexual single mothers. This is a study from 2022, or actually, 2022. The U.S. Census Bureau released estimates showing that there were 10.9 million one with a child under the age of 18 in 2022. Data from the annual release of America's Family and living arrangements also showed that 80% of one-parent family groups were maintained by mothers. The marital history of the parent who maintained one-parent family group differed for fathers and mothers in 2022. Among one-parent family groups, 41% of single fathers were never married and 38% were divorced, compared to 51% of single mothers who were never married and 29% were divorced. About 44% of one-parent family groups had two or more of their own children under age 18 in the household. Two-thirds, that's 67%, of one-parent family groups had at least one child under 12, and 51% had at least one child between the ages of 12 and 17 living with them. There were 37.9 million one-person households, 29% of all U.S. households in 2022. In 1960, single-person household represented only 13% of all households. So it's talking about how it rose, which I brought that up in the debate. I'm not trying to recap the debate so much. I just want to get this data. Let me see where I can get living arrangements. More than half, 56% of adults ages 18 to 24 lived in their parental, compared to 16% of adults aged 25 to 34. This is all consensus. Consensus. That definition of consensus. That we're all there, and in a consensus, we agree that this information is correct. This is the census where they took the survey and, pretty much population survey. So let's see, which has, okay, so yeah, this is what I just wanted to show about the census report. And then I think I got, oh yeah, one more thing, because I was telling him, and I promise I'll start the debate. Let's see what the audience is saying. Honest hold and the parents. Thank you. Because if you take a look, religious or cult family households like Mormons compared to Israelite groups might be doing better or worse. It depends on the household and the parents. Yes. It doesn't depend on the gender. But I do want you to be unbiased and watch the debate and see how you like it. Just to see the brother present it every time it comes. Well, you'll see. And the schools, gosh damn, these are bars. This is bomb drops. Mr. Wednesday, 110% correct. You get 10% for extra credit just because you're absolutely right. You get the 100% for this, saying it depends on the person, basically. Then you get the other for the saying it depends. It's the environment. Yes. Heesh. Okay, but our brother Ali doesn't think that, and neither does his horde of untouchables. No, the untouchable empire is cool. Neither does this chat over there. You'll see. I'm not going to show you the chat. They were going crazy. They were like, she's so dumb. Oh, I hate listening to her. Oh, she's dumb. He's cooking her. We'll see if he cooked me. I couldn't, for some reason, I couldn't play it over here. Fatty said I could dual stream it, but it just went off for some. I can't even talk about technology right. So I was too busy, focused on my debate to try to troubleshoot it. So let me just show one more thing, and I will be. They're like, I can't stand her voice. I'm not up there for you to go to sleep. I wasn't doing ASMR. It's supposed to irritate you because I'm beating your butt. And now, again, I'm not talking about Ali. He didn't say that, but his followers were like, oh, I hate her voice. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And a couple little girls, you guys, get with us over here, little sisters. You guys need to be around women who will empower you and build you up. Do not be over there all the time thinking that you are worthless. You can be over there. I'm not saying don't be on their channel. I shouldn't say that. Be over there. I go over there, but don't be over there thinking, yeah, women are not as good as men. No, go over there and start teaching them. Again, I'm not talking about Ali and Fatty so much more than I'm talking about the chat. Don't be scared to type in the chat because there's 900 people going against you. If you don't agree with what they say, get in that chat and start saying, you know what? You don't have to be disrespectful. Say, well, this is what I think. But they're such bullies, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not unfamiliar with that. You understand? People hide behind avatars. They hide and they say a bunch of crap, and you don't have to be scared of them. What we need to do on the internet is drive the bullies off the internet. People say, well, get off the internet. How about we get the bullies off the internet? How's that? Or we all just coexist and people can say whatever they want without being beaten up if they're not popular, right? Okay. So this is a study, San Diego State University. This is a study, groundbreaking, 38-year study offers rare perspective on children parents. And when I say little girl, I wasn't being disrespectful. I mean, I'm an older woman. If you are 18, 19, 20, 21, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm saying very, very young women that are young enough to be my children. So that's what I meant by that. So I just want to make sure, because I don't want to sound like I ain't no little girl, I'm grown. Okay. Okay. Groundbreaking 38-year study offers rare perspective on children of lesbian parents. Esther Rothblum, emerita professor of women's studies, is a collaborator on the largest and longest running study on planned lesbian parent families in U.S. I brought this up. Single mother by choice. I briefly brought it up. Their children are doing better, much better than single father homes and single mother homes. You say, well, how come if it's not gender? I get that. I agree with you, Napah. It's not gender, but why are we talking about lesbian? If fathers are necessary, well, I know this is from so far from what we're seeing in the studies. I'm not saying women. It is the representation in society of men. Do you sisters and brothers know where I'm going? Do you ladies and gentlemen know what I'm talking about? It is the representation that's of what society says men are. Biologically, of course, and even I'm just going to say biologically. Of course, they're only going to be female in sex ascribing. We cannot ever get past biology. However, when we get into psychology and sociology, now it's a very, very gray area, and there's some things, some curves and turns, because there are women and men who move in society very effeminately or in an effeminate way. If they're some men, not all, some gay men, and they act just like Auntie. I mean, there's a guy I subscribe to on YouTube. Again, please don't get in your feelings and say that I'm saying anything I'm not. I'm just saying facts. I'm about to give my opinion about the Auntie thing and the guy on YouTube about this study. Now, I went off for a minute. The guy that I watch on YouTube, he does all the Auntie things. He acts like Auntie. He does these little skits about aunties, and he's a guy. So in these family studies, they're seeing the children faring better, not that a mother isn't needed or a father isn't needed. It is the symbolism or the posturing, the functioning, even if, dare I say, mimicking of a mother or father in these relationships. And they are clear cut usually have the mama who in the lesbian situation, there's one who's more mothering. She takes the mothering role, and she also takes on the you know, the wife role and the girly role in the relationship between the two of the women. Then there is a man who, there's different labels. People say, just more masculine, uh, uh, more masculine presenting. So why am I pointing this out? That is there for the children. And then we have community. No, let me back up. They're presenting as father, mother. One is presenting male, doing male things, wrestling. Let's go throw the ball. No, you got this. What you need, let me show you how to make this money. No, save your money for this. And, moms do that too. But I'm saying just the roles. Can you take me to the store? We're going to go get him a haircut. Then she's like, oh, I got you these sneakers. Let's go shopping. You can just male presenting. If it's who's that boy, he better back off. I don't play. Even though it's a woman, people, okay, they say the word stud. Male presenting, more masculine. So the representation is there. Does that mean that a biological male is not needed? No, because guess what? They also have a strong community. They have actual biological males, whether they are gay or straight. Of course, the see how I said it's a gray, very nuanced situation. The males come in, and because of the wiring, the biological male side, they give that representation of a father figure. Don't worry, we're gonna have Uncle Ed come over. He's gonna go and fix this and that. And oh yes, and oh, I love Uncle Eddie. I don't think he should shave his beard. Well, he already shaved it. Oh, Uncle Eddie, don't shave your beard. I like it. Oh, you do? Okay, for you, I'll do it. But you got to give me a kiss first and feel this fuzzy beard on your face. These are things that I'm little examples that I know from my childhood with my dad. That these things. See how it stayed with you up? It securely attaches you to men. Vice versa. Boys and girls need to securely attach to women in their neurological developmental stages and behavioral development. These are very present in usually same-sex families. They have that, where I'm not saying heterosexuals don't, but there is also usually not an issue of being, usually, I'm saying the percentages, they don't have as much poverty going on. Of course, at two parents they don't, because it's two parent, but there's not an issue of poverty and environment and things like that. So I got that out of the way. Oh, yeah. See, this is the thing, my friend. This isn't about my religion or yours. Goes against all your religious platforms. I'm saying that in a positive. I just want to let you know, I'm just showing the data and breaking it down. So thank you for your comment. Yes, it does. Definitely goes against religious platforms. But I'm not advocating for single parents, Michael, and I'm not advocating for homosexual parents. I'm not advocating for heterosexual parents right now. I'm just showing the information and giving you the background of the whys, because we wouldn't want to walk away from here with people saying, oh, see, lesbian families are better than single father families. I don't say that. That's why I killed Ali's argument. There is no gender or sexual preference or orientation that will determine your parenting. You have to go deeper in and look at the whys of why the negative effects are happening with the single parent father and mother homes, not just mother. There's an article I got to find while I play this. I'll play it at the end. Single parent home children are not faring as well as two parent homes. And Ali said fathers are better parents. And I presented this information, and it was the coup de it was the coup de grace. It was the last strike that caused him to fall. It was I saved it for the end. It was like he didn't even know what to do. He's running around with his head chopped off. So some, the gargoyle face, the troll lady that's over there, the resident troll of them was sending him up and look through it. You should have looked through it before the debate. Okay. And I'm not trying to diss anybody's look. So hit dogs holler. I could just be making up somebody. But what I don't like to do, I don't like when women, you're a woman. Why are you trolling me? Why are you focused? Why are you hyper focused on me? Because somebody hurt you, because men didn't pay attention to you when you were younger throughout your life, and they paid attention to somebody who I remind you of. I'm not her, baby girl. I can be your friend. Okay? Now just let's play nice and let me get to this debate. All right. And no, I don't think I'm the finest, but I know that women seem to think I'm the finest because they cannot leave me the hell alone about my looks. Maybe I gotta just, what do I gotta do? You know what I want to do? I want to do like a disguise. Maybe like, I don't know, put on a beard and put on like maybe 40 more pounds on and just sit around and just be left alone. Maybe I should do that, huh? Should I shave my head and just look as unattractive as possible? I'm trying it sometimes. Sometimes I just let you guys I just say, you know what? I'm just going to look like crap and come on here. But it doesn't seem to work. It doesn't seem to work. And I know it's not just about looks. It's about my mind, baby. You can't, you get mad that somebody might say to a woman, you look good today. That bothers you. But what bothers you more is when I get in here with this information. That pushes you over the edge. You don't mind if I was a dumb airhead. You wouldn't mind that if I had just, big chi-chis and a head full of space and nothingness and echoes. Hello. But when I get in here and I put this work out here, that's when you want to fight me. Let me get the debate now. But don't fight me. Don't fight me. Just get the information, right, guys? I'm a lover, not a fighter, but I will fight back. Let's just get the information. Shout out to Jackson and everything that he said. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I love Michael Jackson. Okay, let's see here. All right, without further ado, I'm going to play this debate, and you're going to see wrong. Let's see here. You're going to get mad that you said that. You know that, right? But it's okay. All right, here it is.
I'm built for the kill.
I take everything you got.
Okay, let's get straight. Okay, all right. I want to say thank you so much again to but thank I'm breaking up a lot on here. So let's talk about, let's just get right into it. Single parent households in general are a real issue with our society. It has become an unwanted subculture, or a culture that we don't really want to happen. Let's go to the beginning and talk about the topic. Okay, the first prompt, the first title, we're doing two different debate topics, two different debate prompts. The first one is, men and women are equally responsible for single mother-led homes. I say yes. Ali says absolutely no, women are only responsible. The second prompt that you will hear will be, men are better parents than women. Ali thinks that men are better parents because he, bless his heart, he doesn't know any better. And of course, I say they're not. But this is the first one. Who's responsible for single mother-led homes? I mean, no. Men and women are equally responsible for single mother-led homes. Ali says it's only women. Okay, so now you know I'm going to play. That's my first point. We cannot say one is more responsible if two consenting adults come in to a union and make the children parties. So that's my first point. Second point is, when we look at the dynamic of a single parent household, we have to look at the history of it in society. We can go back to the rise or the onset of single parenting, and that would be in the 60s, when families were suffering from abject poverty and they were hungry and homeless. Men were told, if you found the single parenting rate was very low. I'm going to say
Where? I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of heat time. Ah!
So tomorrow at 5 p.m. ladies. Which prom do you want to go first? Napah, men and women are equally responsible. You want that first?
yes.
Yes. So our first prompt is, men and women are equally responsible for creating single mother-led homes. Friends, our debaters have their cash apps rolling in the bottom and pinned at the top of the chat. Let's make sure they get a little bit of dinner money for today and lunch money for tomorrow, okay? And Chubb Sama on Napah's side, okay? Go ahead, Napah, uninterrupted. Good luck.
Okay. Is it me or is it?
No, you're good now. You froze 1 second, but you're good now. You're good now.
Okay. All right. I want to say thank you so much again to Fatty for hosting this. And yes, we will be doing this again in some other platforms. But I want to say thank you very much. And to our, let's just get right into it. A real issue with our society. It has become an unwanted subculture, or a culture that we don't really want to happen. Let's go to the beginning and talk about the topic: who is responsible. There are two people responsible, men and women, because men and women come together equally in consensual sex. That's my first point. We cannot extramarital sex, consensual sex is two equal parties. So that's my first point. Second point is when we look at the dynamic of a single parent household, we have to look at the history of it. In society, we can go back to the poverty, and they were hungry and homeless. Men were told, if you family, the marriage rate was the single parenting rate was very low. I'm going to say it was around 8% in that time. I can check the stats for you if you'd like, Ali, but they were very low compared to now, which are around in the 30s. So I digress. In the 60s, men were told if you leave your lives, that's equal to make that very tough decision to leave their homes. This brought on a sad, I want to say epidemic of parents not being in a nuclear family. We had single mothers starting at that time. What is similar, blaming women, I'm going to go and say blame women. What's similar to now, around 2000. By the way, the feminist movement was pushing, you can do it by yourself, you can go your own way, you can be a woman and be alone. That's the fault of women, right? Well, single parenting was at an all-time historical high. These are facts. All-time historical high in 2000, the 2000s, around 2010-ish. Why? Because we had men saying, "Yo, you're right." It's called MGTOW, and it's the manosphere. And how interestingly that I'm debating on a platform that still pushes that rhetoric. So we have equally men saying, "Do not have women in your life. Do not totally become avoidant in your relationships. Don't get married to any women." And so single parenting has peaked. Was it not rising from the 60s to the 2000s? Of course it was, because going back to the 60s, women were told, you can do it by yourself. Don't you see the government is here for you? The government can do it for you. Get the man out. Remember, they both made the choice. The debate is not, I'm not blaming men only or women only. They are equally responsible. They, as a family, made an equal choice, and women and men continue, because of the culture in from the 60s going into the 70s and 80s, more people said, let's not get married because we don't want to lose that welfare check. So let's just cohabitate. And what happened? More children were born out of wedlock. More children are born without marriage. And when you see the stats taken by the US Bureau, the Consensus Bureau, they are actually measuring single parent households by marriage certificates. I want you to keep that in mind when he comes in and starts talking about it's the woman, it's the woman. A lot of these women and men who are doing these, logging into the census, they'll be cohabitating. Now, we will be able to distinguish between solo parenting, which there is no cohabitation, but guess what? 80% of solo parenting is the women, and then the rest, the smaller percentage are men. We're going to talk about that later, and he says men are better parents. But let me get back to the facts of equality. We have two consensual adults. We have systems that have been, unfortunately, sociological influences and societal issues that have affected us as individuals. You cannot, there is not one single stitch of empirical data, and this is a debate, Ali. I'm not talking about my feelings. I'm coming with facts. There is not one stitch of empirical data that says that one gender for single parenting homes, not one. And if you can bring some facts to me, like I just brought for you about the welfare movement, the second wave of feminism in the 60s, the MGTOW movement, I brought you facts showing that is equal, men and women on both sides, because we are in a society that pushes us to survive, to function. And that is what is going on with single parenting. Not one gender. We're not lopsided. We are in this together. We have to figure it out. And the last thing we want to do is sit down at a table and start blaming each other. Radical feminists blame men, and we get nowhere. What we create is a boy crisis, men being mistreated, men being treated unjustly by the judicial system. And then we cannot correct it by bringing in MGTOW in the 2000s. Remember, I told you the spike, the highest rate of single mother homes come around 2010-ish, in the 2000s. And that is the same time when the MGTOW movement, men going their own way, leave your families, leave your wife, and minutes. I can't hear you. You're muted.
1 minute and 15
You can talk as long,
seconds.
hey,
Yes.
Napah,
Great.
Napah, you can talk as long as you would like to.
Thank you. So I'm going to park my car and say this. Ali, MGTOW is telling you to go your own way. You literally have said, if a woman doesn't put you as a priority, not the children, you said, if a woman doesn't put you as a priority, you should leave. You, my friend, are part of the mother, the woman, instead of looking at them and trying to bring back the nuclear family. The nuclear family needs a mother and a father in the household. And we cannot say one is blamed for single parent homes. I just laid out the facts. Let's hear from you. Thank you very much.
So, Ali, you have 10 minutes, but if you want to only take seconds, you can do it too. Go ahead.
So she already helped me win the debate. I'm not going to end the debate real fast based on your own statements that the woman picked herself, She picked education. She picked feminism. She picked separate sexual liberation. She picked self-love. She picked happiness. She picked the government. She picked the court system over her man. Men still pick the woman, and the woman still picks herself. So we're not debating, we are debating whether it's equal or not equal, but given the information that you're providing, we're not equal. So let's go even further with women, what women do with sex, right? A woman uses sex to leverage control over a man, or she's going to use sex to be the wife. 2026 is not to be much stronger wife. She'd rather lead herself to a life of single motherhood, healing, and having to find God instead of having a family and cooperating with the man. Okay. Second, women are the gatekeepers of all the interactions, especially the women who claim that women are God and women are.
Don't let the preacher voice fool you, but it does help. I gotta jump in. I mean, I was gonna let you hear the debate, but what is he talking about? This is, are men and women equally responsible for the man leaving the house, meaning a single mother-led home, for the man not a crisis of fatherless homes. Listen, just remember that. I know you brothers, some of this stuff is going to pull over. We're doing a debate. Is the woman only responsible for single father-led homes, or are men and women both equally responsible? I love Ali, but no, brother. So now you heard me. I'm not going to comment too much. Obviously, I think I did better. But listen to him and remember the debate in at all risk. No, not at all. Let me take that back. Are men and women equally responsible for single-led homes? Let me get back to it. Single mother-led homes.
Our queens, right? You control whether we're intimate. You control when we have sex. You control who will be the father. You control if a baby ever comes into this world. So if women marry before they carry, single mothers are impossible unless a man divorces her, cheats, and he leaves or he dies. The only time we're responsible, and I was happy you committed to that, equally so-called responsible, or what we're equally responsible about, is the fact that we're both consenting adults to sex. Everything else, a woman decides.
He just agreed with me. I just want to point that out. He said, I agree. He ran it down. So let's keep listening.
Responsible for single mothers. Most women who become single mothers, baseline is, I don't need no man. No man can tell me what to do. We're responsible, and I was happy you committed to that. Given the information that you're providing, we're not equal. So let's go even further with women, what women do with sex, right? A woman uses sex to leverage control over a man, or she's going to use sex to be the wife of a man. But a woman's desire, the modern woman's desire in 2026, is her desire to be a hoe is much stronger than her desire to be a wife. She'd rather lead herself to a life of single motherhood, healing, and having to find God instead of having a family and cooperating with the man. Okay. Second, women are the gatekeepers of all the interactions, especially the women who claim that women are God and women are queens, right? You control whether we're intimate. You control when we have sex. You control who will be the father. You control if a baby ever comes into this world. So if women marry before they carry, single mothers are impossible unless a man divorces her, cheats, and he leaves or he dies. The only time we're responsible, and I was happy you committed to that, equally so-called responsible, or what we're equally responsible about, is the fact that we're both consenting adults to sex. Everything else, a woman decides if the man has a say. So we're not equally responsible for single mothers. Most women who become single mothers, baseline is, I don't need no man. No man can tell me what to do, sex, baby, then demand for marriage be taken care of. You're not even trying to be a wife typically. Instead of, I will be the woman most men want, marry, sex, then have a baby. So you can rebuttal that one. And I want you to answer that. If women married before they carried, is single mothers impossible?
You want me to answer now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. First off, you never gave me any empirical evidence when I asked you to offer me empirical evidence showing, I mean, experts, sociologists, psychologists, even some data from the judicial system. You gave me zero. But I will answer your question. You give it to me one more time about with women what?
If women only carry when they marry, it's impossible for single mothers to, yes or no?
If women only married when they carry, you mean if there was, I covered that. Women, because of the onset with the LBJ, with the AFDC saying women cannot get welfare unless the man is gone. I covered that now people are having children out of wedlock and they're just cohabitating, marrying. And yes, the problem is, remember I said they're equally at fault. I'm not like you. I'm not blaming one gender. Women should not have sex before marriage. And if they want to have sex before marriage, because they're going to, obviously, right? You shouldn't have babies. But newsflash, Ali, you even said, we're going to go back to the bare minimum. You said they're both consenting adults. Newsflash, men are having sex before marriage too. They're having sex with women. That's how they're having the babies. So again, there is my point in the argument. Equal. Men and women are having babies out of wedlock, and this is the problem. This is the cause of single cause. Okay, thank you.
I was saying, even though you're feeling sometimes, you are okay. So if something happens, I'll tell you.
Thank you so much. So the divorce rate, we're going to go back to some facts. I'm not giving my feelings because you said a lot of stuff that's, just feelings, talking about women are gatekeepers of sex. This isn't some great Castle Grayskull, Masters of the Universe. It's relationships. You meet somebody, you both agree to have sex, period. It's not like she's the gatekeeper, may I please enter to the womb. It's sex, it's relationships. So I'm going to get back to the facts. There is the onset of welfare because of the systemic poverty, all of the system of men not being able to get jobs. I'm talking about the 60s. When we then they said, we'll give you welfare. LBJ said the Great Society. These are facts, historical facts. He said, I can fix it. You're going to get welfare from us if you don't have a man, Ali. That is why having babies without marriage, not because women have they're keeping the troll under the bridge of sex. You may not pass. It's because people were able to feed their families without doing a marriage contract. Then generationally, unless it'll be the fathers, generationally, children continue to see, oh, mommy and daddy don't get married. Oh, mommy and daddy don't get married. The marriage rate declined. Divorce rate goes up. Single parent households people are still being born. People are still reproducing. So it's not because women are gatekeeping and guarding the vagina. It's because people know if they get married, they will have more financial hardship. They'll have more financial responsibility. And that gets me back to MGTOW. I don't blame men more than women. But in MGTOW, men going their own way / manosphere, it's all one group of one subculture. Okay, they said, look, guys, I'm tired of women, us not having rights. Let's go our own way. Don't marry these women. Ali, don't you hear it? They say, don't marry them. They still want to have them. That's another subculture of the manosphere / MGTOW. They're called pickup artists. They still like sex, but they said, get the sex, but don't have marriage. Okay? It's not because women are gay people who are okay with just living together. And I'm going to put this on the table. Women and men are still living together, and that is being counted as single parent households. You have to specify solo parent households because men are cohabitating with women and they're having babies together. Ali, it's equal, my friend. I'll pass the mic to you.
So Ali has 6 minutes to reply. And after his interjection, friends, we're going to start to go on the back and interrupt you.
So I wanted to point out to my judge, moderator of the conversation, that she's talking about the results of single motherhood. But I want to point out again that women control access to sex, who the father will be if a baby comes into this world, who they choose to marry, and they also will divorce as well too when they marry. But she did not answer my question that I asked her, so I will ask her again. If women married before they carried, would it be impossible?
The tactic that the brother keeps on using. You didn't answer my question. He keeps on saying, he'll keep saying, you didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question. Just because you don't like the answer that a person doesn't mean they're not answering. I just want to point that out. You're going to hear him say that a lot. So don't follow that tactic. Answer every single question that asks. Just doesn't like the answer.
For women to be single mothers? Yes or no? Unless the man marries and leaves, or she marries and leaves. If they married before they carried, would single mothers be impossible? Yes or no?
Single mothers would not be impossible if they married before they carried, because there's something called divorce and men leave. You said men should leave if women don't put them as a priority.
Would women start out as single mothers or wives if they married before they carried? I'll help you out a little better.
Okay, neither men or women would start out as single parents if they're married, according to the Census Bureau and according to society and law. So neither men or women. You want to make it just about women. I'm telling you, it's equal. A man would not be a single father if they married, and a woman would not be a single mother if they married. That is a thorough answer.
Do women desire to get married first, or they desire to have sex first in modern society? Are they going to have sex before they get married, or are they going to be in modern society?
Okay. You notice you keep saying women. This is consensual sex with two people. So both men and women, I already mentioned that, we're in a type of culture now where women and men have seen for generations that people don't get married. So now it's not looked on shamefully like it used to be before the 60s. It's not looked at as something that you don't do. It's a societal norm, unfortunately. Responsible, not just women. I don't know where you don't. Are these men ghosts to you, Ali? Are they like imaginary friends? These women are in relationships with men. There's two people. It's called consensual. So the answer again is women and men having children out of wedlock, unfortunately, because the societal influences, not just women,
So I want
That's
to point
the
out
debate.
again,
The debate
I will
is
point
it
out,
equal?
I will give a little bit more context on something else. I will point out that you're not answering my question, and you're refusing to, and you're derailing
I
and
am
deflecting
answering
from
your
my question.
question.
So my second point, you've come to it, but you're being disingenuous. You won't say the actual answer. Women have over 20 methods using contraceptives or birth control, where men have 5. Women have a patch, the vaginal ring, implants, hormonal IUD, copper IUD, diaphragm, cervical cap, sponge, spermicide, Plan B. Y'all have over 20 forms of contraceptive or birth control. Men have 5. We have the male condom.
Yeah.
We have we can get a vasectomy. We can do the abstinence, like you can do abstinence, or we can do the pull-out method. Your 2 favorite ones that you can also do is deletions and putting kids up for adoption. And I want to point out to that as well too. So again, women have as much kids as they want to have, and women will get pregnant, or they're choosing to not get pregnant when they want to or don't want to. Most women have. If women don't have no kids, they chose to have no kids. If a woman has 2 kids, she chose to have 2 kids. If a woman has 2 or 3 baby daddies, she decided that, and she made the decision on that, and she dictates that. Men don't have equal say. We may have equal say when it comes to consent and having sex, but we don't have say on the rest of everything else. So again, I will ask you again, if women chose to marry before they carry, is there anything men can do about it if they couldn't take it?
Okay, I'm going to answer your question, but for the audience, the debate is.
You didn't.
No, I'm going to answer your question. In fact, you could repeat it, but I need to let the people know what the debate is. Are men and women equally responsible for single mother-led homes? That's the debate. Now, you're asking me, women. I'll let you repeat I'll give you the mic back. Repeat your question, and I will answer your question. Again, I've been answering your questions, but repeat your question. You just don't like the answer because nobody likes like the piñatas with the bat. But
if women,
the truth, ask me the question again. Ask me the question again.
If women married before they carried, can men do anything about it?
If women marry, you keep saying married before they carry. Are you saying have babies in matrimony?
They marry before they have babies. Because
I've already said that probably a good dozen times that men and women both are choosing married. There's statistics on this. This isn't my feelings. So you keep on saying if women married before they're carried, I don't know. You're trying to put the debate on just women. If you mean if people married before they had sex, because that's more accurate.
Napah, can you answer both? Napah, can you answer both? Answer the first. Can woman get pregnant out of wedlock if they decide to get married first? And then you can answer the second one that you're trying to introduce so we can clear it up.
Okay, if women had marriages before they got pregnant, we wouldn't have single parent households when they have the baby. Am I missing something?
Okay. And now you can introduce the thing that you were saying about both.
We wouldn't have them. Yes. Is that okay? What? I am having a serious delay. I think I have too many tabs open.
Yeah, try to close a couple of ones because you are freezing.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Ali, this is the issue. Having sex without being married, and they have the autonomy. They're the ones that control having the baby. Let's say that. Women and men are having a single parent household. On the other hand, men who with those 5 birth control methods, they consented to that out marriage. So they are also responsible. What the differences are, we can suss that out. But women decide to go ahead and have that baby, and men said, okay, I'm going to have sex with you. There's still equality there. You're trying to make it like, I thought you're anti-abortion. You know that people live together in marriage. It is very common. This is the problem of why we have single parent households, Ali. A man saying, "You're pregnant, baby?" You want him to say, "Have an abortion?" What is it? You're so basically your logic, even though you're anti-abortion, is she could have had an abortion to stop that single parent household. The baby's there. They consented to have sex. Then they don't decide to go get married. They decide to live together. Those are a part of the statistics. They cohabit. In fact, more single father households are actually cohabitating with another person, usually a woman, and or their parents, usually their mother, because their mama was a single mother. It's a cycle. So again, you keep saying, "Oh, the woman has 20 different birth control methods." So what? You both decided to have. You didn't
Napah,
know
the breaking
when you
is
went
actually
down.
the breaking starting to become a little bit stronger. Can you refresh real quick? This is a
Yeah.
refresh.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna refresh and let him respond to that. But the
Yes.
thing that I'm saying is,
No,
they're
Napah,
both responsible.
is you freezing a lot, Napah? It's not being.
I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out.
Yes. Is it her or me, Ali? Ali, you muted. Is it her or me? It was her. Right?
It's her. Yeah. She has the delay. When she's speaking, it's like is delayed. On her side. But hold on. I'll wait. I don't want to speak while she's not here, so she hears it in case she says she missed something for me to rebuttal. But I want to point out to the judge and the moderator that she's not answering my questions. And she spends more time on the
First off, I was answering his questions. I answered them thoroughly off. And I don't get it. Just because I'm not giving you the answer that you want doesn't mean I'm not answering your question. He literally is complaining about not being able to do the debate well enough. And that will trip me up like I did with you in the debate. Brother,
I will introduce the time clock after the first pause.
Yes, sir. I think she's gathering her notes right now, trying to figure out the rebuttals. Chat GPT, Gemini. I don't know why it's taking so long to refresh. My sister Napah. But I will say nope. I can't.
Yes, please stop. We're going to wait for a second.
Okay. Hey, shout out to everybody in the building, man. Make sure y'all hit Team Fatty's Cash App. Make sure y'all help Team Fatty reach his goals as well, too, for orchestrating this phenomenal debate, y'all. Shout out to Napah. Make sure y'all go subscribe to Napah. Make sure you subscribe more to my brother, Team Fatty. If you're on my side, her side, his side, if you just tuning in, make sure y'all subscribe. Make sure y'all follow. Make sure y'all help the brothers and the sister reach our goal. Y'all are learning from this conversation. I hope you can use power and leverage in most of societies, regardless of narratives that's created, propagandas that are created, and information that's being put out to society. There goes my sister Napah.
It's time to do.
Am I better?
Yes. So the first one.
Now it's black.
All this, it's breaking.
Mm-hmm.
Are you good now?
The fact that you're answering my questions, right? Mm-hmm. I want to point out that you won't concede to the fact that they have to marry before they carry. I want to point out that even though you have 20 more contraceptives and forms of birth control than men do, you still won't concede to the fact that you're more responsible over your body, and women have the most power over sex and baby making. My third, I would say, insight on this topic to add is that women perpetually claim that they don't need marriage, they don't need babies, and they don't need men, and they continuously fight for their independence away from men. Women fought for and still fight for liberation from men, even though men still fight to take care of them. Men still fight for them to be women. They're still fighting for their own control and their own independence from women with the type of liberation that women are using. Their form of rebellion saying you can't tell them what to do with their body while they can showcase it to the world and have sex with whoever they want to. And then they want men to marry them after they decided to do that for most of their lives, right? So again, I will point out women only enter relationships today for temporary or long-term provisions, not for the actual need for the man to lead her life and the child's life. So it's going to complicate relationships because they claim they want leaders, but they won't leaders who follow them. She will put her interest over the child, the man, and the family for self. And men have to fight continuously for women to listen to them and cooperate with them. And men have to fight for their kids as well too. So not only do we not have to fight for our women, we have to fight for our children as well too, because women will get in the way of the parenting as well too. So in most cases, women will pick her way, control, her feelings, the last word, being a thought, showing her body to the world, sexual liberation, and independence over a man, more so than having the man and a family. I will concede on that point, my sister Napah. You can respond to that. And I will ask, in regardless to the end, when I'm conceding my time as well too, can you answer that question to me again? Do women pick themselves or the leaderships of men in 2006? What is her priority? Do most women pick the leadership of men, or do they pick to lead themselves in today's society?
Okay, the debate is who are they equally responsible? You're not. I'm a seasoned debater. Are you? The debate is, are they equally responsible for single? The facts that what women and men do in relation. I mean, the idea of what men and women do in relationships isn't going to say that women homes. I'm really breaking up probably because I can see it on my end. But if you can still hear me, that's all that matters. If you can't, if I freeze and you can still hear me talking, that's okay, Fatty. Just let me know when you can't hear me. Let me say this. Men are leaving households. Women are responsible. I'm going to say this through the debate, and men are responsible equally. You said just women. Men are responsible adults, and they are leaving the household. Now they're already not married. So we already have them equal people equally deciding not to have marriage. I've pointed out that in this particular subculture called Manosphere and MGTOW, you, Ali, say, if she doesn't listen to you, leave. That's you. You tell men, if she does not prioritize you, leave your family. That is your, since you want to make this about I'm not into Texas. I like to get things done. I like for us to, it's not going to work. Blame women. That's just play. News telling men you can leave and do it. You're on your way because they're just thoughts and hoes. I'm talking about facts. So if you want to do this, let's do this. You say, leave your house. You're responsible for the child having no father. You say, men, if you don't like what a woman does, leave, responsible for the child having a single mother-led home. Now, she's responsible for opening up her womb, and you're responsible for leaving. The debate is it equal? And I just proved it again. You could keep saying I'm not answering your questions. They're both equally responsible, sir. Now you can have the mic.
You didn't answer my question again. And the reason why I spoke about leadership and decision making is the fact that most women submit to themselves and cooperate with themselves, so it would add to the fact of why most women are single mothers, because they choose themselves over them.
Choosing
You ask me,
yourself? Are you choosing yourself when you tell men, if women don't prioritize you, leave? Now you answer my question. If you tell a man, if she doesn't prioritize you, leave. Are you choosing the children? Or are you choosing yourself? Let's see if you answer question.
So that's never been Ali's talking point. You must be talking about Muhammad Ali. You're not talking about this Ali. When in relationships, I would advise a man to leave, but Ali doesn't tell men to leave their relationships.
You said if she doesn't prioritize you, leave.
That's the second interruption.
I'm sorry, I'm freezing a lot.
My mouth was running during that delay, but I've never
tell men do the format like we do. I've watched some of the debates over there. It's like he's like second interruption, and talk while each other's talking. In fact, I thought we weren't going to listen to monologues. The minute I just jumped and tried to do the format like they do, he makes it like, oh, you cut me off. It's not, and I'm not angry. I'm just pointing that out. Like I was thinking, why are you trying to make it like I'm cutting you off in the debate? It's weird. But I just want to say that's usually they just go back and forth, and I appreciate that he was doing it this format because I'm used to this, But yeah.
Men to leave their households with children. I would tell a man to leave his relationships, but I don't really be pushing men to leave their relationships most of the part. Most people don't hear me telling me to leave the mother of their children if they have a marriage or if they're with their children. I tell men to do the best they can to work it out, and a lot of times to remain in those relationships as long as the woman isn't too detrimental or cheating on the man. So that I don't know who talking point that is, like I said, I might be Muhammad Ali's point, but even I gotta wait till she comes.
I have it. I don't know if you deleted the video, but I didn't want to be messy and bring up the actual video. You literally have a video where you're saying you're not glad that they left, but you're not mad. If she doesn't want to put you as you leave. That's what you said. So you do say that, my friend. And this is just a recap. I didn't want to do a recap, but when he says stuff like that, I want to jump in. I wouldn't accuse this brother. He's not a bad person. He's a family man, by the way. He doesn't leave, but his rhetoric is if she doesn't prioritize you and submit to you, leave. And so that is what you say, my brother. It's not Muhammad Ali. It's Ilkhan Ali that says that.
The fact that most women submit to themselves and cooperate with themselves, so it would add to the fact of why most women are single mothers, because they choose themselves over the man. And I'm pointing out,
are you choosing yourself? Are you choosing yourself when you tell men, if women don't prioritize you, leave? Now you answer my question. If you tell a man, if she doesn't prioritize you, leave. Are you choosing the children? Or are you choosing yourself? Let's see if you answer question.
So that's never been Ali's talking point. You must be talking about Muhammad Ali. You're not talking about this Ali. When in relationships, I would advise a man to leave, but Ali doesn't tell men to leave their relationships.
You said if she doesn't prioritize you, leave.
That's the second interruption.
I'm sorry, I'm freezing a lot, so it's a delay.
Oh, I'm sure my mouth was running during that delay, but I've never tell men to leave their households with children. I would tell a man to leave his relationships, but I don't really be pushing men to leave their relationships most of the part. Most people don't hear me telling me to leave the mother of their children if they have a marriage or if they're with their children. I tell men to do the best they can to work it out, and a lot of times to remain in those relationships as long as the woman isn't too detrimental or cheating on the man. So that I don't know who talking point that is, like I said, I might be Muhammad Ali's point, but I gotta wait till she comes back, right?
Yes, let me stop the clock. I was freezing for a second too. Ali, can you put on your notes the questions that she didn't answer? Yeah, just write it down. Just write it down.
All right.
By the way, shout out to Red Lipstick Vibes. Thank you for the
The
membership.
untouchable empire.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Player one saying, I don't donate to club. Damn, that's crazy. Friends, $10 and up. You can ask questions. They're going to be read at the 30-minute mark on the last 30 minutes of the show. We still have one more hour of open debate because there's no more winners and losers. I'm kind of letting Napah talk a little bit more, but I will make sure and ensure that questions are answered when it's time for me to questions. That's why I said, Ali, if you think the questions are not being, it's lunch money and dinner money. So I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. And remember, when the clock runs out, the people that are in the chat will have the opportunity to challenge our debaters, okay? So make sure if you think the debaters didn't close the door and did a good job, pull up and make sure that you are here to challenge the debaters, okay? Lastly but not least, Cool Calf says, Ali already cool. Kim, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate you. And Napah changed phone. She has 7 phones. I don't think it's the phones, Napah. Maybe it's internet connection, but let's see if we're going to get it
That-
now. Can you give me a 1, 2, 3 testing real quick?
1, 2, 3 testing.
It's a little bit froggy, Napah. I think it's more of the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, we cooked the other internet connection. This one hopefully is better. It's better. You can see her. She has clarity, and she's moving. Everything's good. Everything's good.
Okay, so Napah, do you know where you were with the point? And then please, Ali,
Right.
go ahead.
Thank you. The point was that it's not about a battle of the sexes. When we talk about single parenting homes, we're talking about the people getting together, not valuing the nuclear family, people not valuing the nuclear family due to decades of people not getting married, decades of women saying, so they're like, what do I need a man for? And then the man gets fed up and he's like, okay, I'm going my own way. I'm talking about society. But at the core, when we're talking about microcosm, the man and the woman, it's consensual. Whether or not she has more birth control options, they both decide that they want to have sex and they know that sex makes babies. If you want to talk about it's her womb, well, doesn't he know that if he does a certain act, be childish? The fact that you're trying to say that it's just women at fault is the issue and the problem, Ali. I mean, you can ask me more questions, I'm answering it, but you still haven't proven that women are the only one at fault for single parent homes. You said men should, if she doesn't prioritize herself, you said, I'm not glad that the child doesn't have a father, but I'm not mad at the guy. If he doesn't get her to listen to him and submit, he should leave. Those are your words. That's your rhetoric.
So there are more single mothers. You like that? There's more single mothers statistically than single fathers. Women much earlier than men do in general. And also, when you said that we equally leave, or you didn't even say equally leave anymore. You're saying men are leaving. Napah, if you know data, 70 to 80% of divorces initiated by women, not men. Women are typically leaving relationships that they signed up for. So we can't be equally responsible for leaving as well, too. You choose when we have sex. You choose when the baby comes into this world. You choose who will be the father. You would choose if someone will be a father. You choose if you go sexless. You choose if you will have no babies. You make majority of the decisions. We have rebuttal even the fact the man control relationships, because even if he's all about the woman, even if he isn't happy, but the woman will over and over and over compromise herself for her own delusion and idea of happiness, because she's even miserable when she's single again as well too. So most women, whether they single or in a marriage, are typically still miserable, and instead of putting the family and the men first, they choose themselves. So again, whatever way you want to go, the women are controlling and dictating the market. There's a great philosopher named Fatty that said yesterday, and I will concede to this. I'll say this first. If men said we like women who be quiet, women will talk more and talk more aggressive. If women said we only want to talk to one-legged men, men in mass would get rid of their legs to be with women. That's how much men love men. Whatever terms y'all create, whatever standards you create, men try their best to adhere to that, and it still isn't good enough. Whatever terms we want, whatever expectations and standards we want in families or without families, single or in relationships, y'all run from, because you believe self-empowerment and freedom is controlling your own body, your own thoughts, and your own leadership. Again, this is not equally responsible for single mother households. Women are picking to run themselves. They're not picking for men to run them. And now children flourish better under the control of men.
Okay. I'm going to address everything you said, and I'll start with your question. Do women and men flourish better under the control of women?
Do women and children flourish better under the control of men or under the control of themselves?
Okay. I will answer that question if you answer this. Who runs society, men or women? Is this a patriarchal society or a matriarchal
one
society?
second, about we can't do that. We can do the thing part. We can do the thing
Okay,
part.
then I'll answer his question. This is a
Answer the question, and
patriarchal.
then yes,
Got
answer
it.
and then you can answer.
Do women and men flourish better under the women or men? This is a patriarchal society, number one. So we're under the control of men. You decide how well we're flourishing. Number two, that question, do men, it depends. It depends on the person who is leading, not their gender. And guess what? That's not according to Napah Shadah. That's according to experts, sociologists, psychologists, people, and even people who've studied throughout time, anthropologists. There is no empirical data showing that gender the answers, because they hurt your feelings. They hurt your debate as well. Women and men are under a patriarchal society right now. Women and men are under a patriarchal society right now. How are we doing? That's rhetorical. Don't jump in. When you start talking about do they flourish better under men or women, guess what? If we're going to get back to the conversation of the debate, they flourish better when children have two parents. Two parents. Gender isn't even always relevant, because new studies are coming out saying that we're talking about bad parenting. They're measuring LGBTQ two-parent households against heterosexual single-parent households. I'm going to leave that out there on the table for the next part of the debate. Let me get to some of this rhetoric that we need to knock down today. I'm tired of it in these forums that you guys are in, doing play, throwing out that women have 70%. They are the ones that initiate divorce. Guess what? MGTOW came around in 2010, and they told people it came to a head. It came to a complete head. Everything that was that train was coming from the 60s when they said you couldn't have a man in your house. It all came to a head in the 2000s because women have been told, you don't need a man. You don't need a man. You can do it. They're poor. They're broke. Let the government help you. I said that. Remember, it's equally. I'm not taking the blame off of women. Men said, fine. You don't care about me. I'm not going to be worrying about you. I'm not going to worry about those kids either. Bye-bye. Men left, still equal. Men said in the 2000s, don't marry these women. Do not maybe this is not for slow gases. This is for people who have some sense. You got to look at the complexity. Because these men said, we don't mess with the government, but we don't give a damn about you women, and we damn sure don't care about being married to you when we're already married. The women went and they got divorces. If you look at the reasons for divorce, it'll be adultery, not communicating, men going their own way, not wanting to be involved with you. The movement, the movement of men is, I'm going to know, okay? They know they're going to have more headache with the government. They know that the judicial system is against them. Let me say that 3 times. They know that the courts are against them. One more time for slow gases. Men are not initiating divorce more than women because they're not stupid. They know that they are going to get the short end of the stick. So all that, ladies and gentlemen, next time you hear them bring up that 70% of divorce, he's already checked out anyway. He's probably not even living home with those kids. He's probably still married on paper, but he's left the household. Remember that the stats are coming on parent, single mother households, Ali. We're not talking about she gave it to me and now she won't let me do it. She won't do what I say. So I'm hurt. We're talking about who's responsible. Both people are responsible because they don't value marriage like they used to before the 60s. I can't say this enough to you. You're saying I'm not answering your questions. I am answering your questions. You don't like the answers. Men and women are both responsible for single parenting. Women are having sex with men consensually. You make it like men are little that just follow behind women. She doesn't want me to do that. Okay, I want men are autonomous, responsible beings. We have a boy crisis and we have men being mistreated in society and overlooked. And that is why we have radicalized subculture groups that are pushing men to make bad choices and say all women this and all women that, which are MGTOW and manosphere. Instead of saying certain women are toxic, I'm going to avoid them and build with good women. And then women should say, sir, that's your question. Thank you for letting me pound it in that men and women are both responsible adults when it comes to parenting. If we had valued like we used to, men and women both, if we didn't say, because I don't like that he's not talking to me, I'm going to go down and get a divorce. So see, I'm still blaming the women. But all this stuff about initiating divorce, they know they're going to win in court. But they shouldn't go get divorces. They should stick it out. You should only get divorces if you are harmed or in danger. But men are withdrawing. Men are saying, I will not get married. And that is the reason for single parent households. Women and men both. Goodness gracious, I can't say it enough. I feel bad. All of us now, I feel like I'm just beating you up. It's not even fair. It's not even fair anymore. Go ahead, brother.
So just because you say it's not fair doesn't mean it's not fair. You're actually cooking yourself.
Okay, it is fair.
and you that's the 3rd time you interrupted me.
I'm not interrupting you.
That's the 4th time.
And
you're contradicting me as contradicting
this isn't
yourself.
That type of debate. But I mean, he keeps saying I'm interrupting him and I'm not answering. Those are just tactics. Like, brother, you guys go back in the panels all the time. I doing it. He wasn't even, I mean, it's okay. I like that they were accommodating me. I want to make this clear. I appreciate that they were accommodating me. Perfect. Being patient and listening and let me talk. They weren't doing, they kind of, because they knew I was new at it and they know my style. So but when I say just a couple of things like he's used to, which they do, I mean, maybe I'm just not knowing, but from what I've seen with Dunquisha and when people debate, like when I saw Melanin debate, it's not, we can't say anything while someone's talking. I didn't want to talk over him, but I just said a couple comments and he says, I'm talking over him. I'm not talking over you. I'm not really trying to do commentary on it, but little things like that, it's not tactic. Why aren't we getting what? But why aren't getting is the question. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying it was a great debate though, but I just want to point that out, like that he was doing great moderation. Like it wasn't unruly, but he's like, you keep talking over me. No, I wasn't talking over you. I said a couple of, and that is how your debates usually go. Again, thank you for accommodating, letting me do, where I talk and you talk. So if I say a couple things, don't blow it up like you're not answering my questions, you're talking over me. It's just because he just wasn't prepared, and he will be prepared. I think he's a great sport, by the way. I don't think I'm just kind of like making a comment. It went great, unruly, but I just want to say, like, come on, I
As well
wasn't
too.
talking over
You'll
you,
say
brother.
that kids need two-parent households, but then you say women can lead families just as well as men. You'll say you're against single mother households, but then you say women can do again what men can do. On top of that, you say they're equally responsible for single mother households, but you said men are mistreated by women in society. You said women will leave men. You said women will use the court system against men. But you say that men are equally
I never said
responsible.
anything like that. This isn't the type of debate where I have to wait till you stop talking. I never said that, but keep on lying because you're hurt. I'm sorry. Let me mute out.
So you admit men are not equally responsible, but just like a woman, you want men to take equal blame for your failures, and you want to take make us equal when we are successful. You don't want to take blame for the failures, and you don't want to hold yourself accountable for how you affect relationships in today's day and time. If you believe yourself, which you say all the time, that men are leaders, you can't contradict yourself and then say men and women can do the same thing, especially when women don't least listen. So if we're the leader, her, or listens to a man she has baby with, we're not equally responsible. If she chooses herself, if she chooses the government over the man, even though she has a kid with him, we're not equally responsible. Napah.
I didn't want you to accuse me of talking over you, because that would be a tactic, because I'd whip your butt in this debate. You okay? Can I talk? You're good.
Retract or backtrack, Napah, and walk it back. You did it 6 times, 5 to 6 times. It's too late, so it's okay. Thank you.
What did I backtrack on, Ali?
You
I'm
can't
listening.
go. You're not trying to interrupt me and make it seem like I'm just talking about it when you've interrupted me 5 or 6 times, Napah. You can't do that now. It's
Ali,
it's okay.
Ali,
We're not going to talk. We're not going to do that.
I mean, I said, I know your tactic. You like it's called Darvo. You act defensive, then you say that I attacked you, and you try to get people on your side. Brother, the debate is going just fine. Don't worry about we have a moderator. We have a moderator. Nobody's interrupting you that much that you can't get your points across, and your points are invalid. I offered historical data, historical events, as far as the the welfare program. The second wave, masters of the universe, gatekeeping, sex gatekeeper named woman, and men are at her mercy. You paint men to look like little minions at the feet of this goddess on a throne that says you may have sex. You know, it's like men and women are both equally responsible for creating families. Let's get back to some of the statistics and facts. When we look at single parent homes, I want to get back to that. I keep saying single parent homes and the equality of responsibility between man and woman. Women and men both decide not to get married. You know, the welfare, they say, why should we get married? Let's just live together. I don't know if you're aware of the fact that the statistics that you're reading are measuring single parent households by people who cohabitate and don't marry. That means that we have a lot of people, what they used to say in the good old days, shacking up and just, you know, having babies. That's what we have. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of the statistics that you're reading are based on certain aspects of people shacking up, about solo mothers compared to single father households who may be solo or single father? And the majority of single father households, by the way, are cohabitating. Do you know what that means? Are you aware of what that implicates?
Yes, you're not marrying before you carry. You let me bust you down. You let me have my way. You're without willing to cooperate for what it takes to get a ring. And then you want me to turn back around and buy the cow after I milked it. Instead of you know what's crazy is that you're being contradictory on this panel because you tell late. Now, this is your talking point. You get mine wrong just to argue something that I've never said while you're losing.
I said that. He has said that a woman, he had a show. I don't know if he took it down. I didn't even go really through it. I don't see it. He had a show. He played a clip of telling her mom, why don't you have a boyfriend? And it was very sad. It was a sad, and he felt like it was sad too. Very emotional. The little baby girl, she might have been 6 or 7. She said, Mommy, why don't you have a boyfriend? Remember I said that most single moms do not do cohabiting. Most of them. Not all, most. And she said, what do you mean? She goes, why don't I have a dad? Can you? And then she said, because your daddy come see you. And then she said, well, can you go get me a daddy? It was sad. It was so sad. And even Ali said it was heartbreaking. But then he said, it's her fault because, and he said, if a woman prioritize you, then leave her. He said, I'm not glad that he left his kids, but I'm not mad at him. That's exactly the video. I didn't save it. I don't know. I'm not like that. Like if I really had to, now I wish I would have clipped it up. But he's saying he didn't say it. I just described the video. I think he took it down because I went and kind of skimmed through it to find it just now. So yeah, you do say that. Stop being up there being disingenuous. You do teach that. And then you're going to say that I tell women don't have sex before marriage so you won't be a single mother. I don't say that. I say don't have sex, make sure that he's going to want to marry you and stay with you. Keep listening.
Have sex until the man marries you. That's what you say. So they don't end up what? A single mother, which means
I don't say that.
Who? Yes, you do. You tell
I
women to
don't
get
say so you don't.
you
I
tell
don't say so you don't end up a single mother. You lied on that part. But I do say
so
if you're like,
so why do you tell them to get married before you have sex with a man?
because you should, if you want to keep a man in your life, women want to get married. Sorry. I know that's your talking point with the manosphere. Women homes. I know you want to paint this weirdness about it's like a witch hunt. Women only want broken homes. We're the heroes, brother. That's MGTOW talking points. Go on your own way. Women and men both want to have stable nuclear units for their children, for their lives. So I tell women, if you want a man to stay with you, don't have sex with him before marriage. You just admitted that men are having sex. That's consensual. Men are having sex. Do you think men are little babies without responsibility? Or do you think men are actual responsible individuals? That's rhetorical. Obviously, men are going into relationships, having sex, knowing that they can possibly get a woman pregnant. When she gets pregnant, they don't, it's not like they're shocked. They may be on. When a man gets a woman pregnant, they both should decide, let's stay together. Let's have a nuclear family that loves and puts children first. We have to make sacrifices. Marriage is about making sacrifices. We have to be able to put our differences aside, not break up a house. First off, we should get a marriage contract to make these children legitimate. Once we do that, let's go ahead and not leave this family. Let's work it out. I'm talking about if there's no violence or abuse. Of autonomy or responsibility, we can just, you're not babies, you're men. You have the responsibility to get married before sex, just like she does. She's not the boss of everything. You actually, ironically, want to make it like women control everything. You control your body as well as she does. Just because she can carry the baby, you control if you decide to have sex with her, Ali. You do. You decide if I put myself inside of her, she could have a baby. And what they used to, before the 60s, they saw marriage families, nuclear family, nuclear family. After the 60s, they saw mom and daddy don't live together. Mom and daddy didn't get married because mama needs welfare. So they just continue. Let's just have babies without marriage. So you are blaming one side, and that's why we're not getting anywhere. When we look at both men and women, we say, you don't have sex before marriage and you don't have sex before marriage. And if you're going to, you both are responsible for that child having a single parent household. I'm trying to hammer both responsible.
So Napah, you are outside of the fact that you I love you, Napah, right? You are the representation.
I love you too.
You are the representation of most women. You think just because you say something, you're right, and it ends up biting you and nipping you in the bud, right? So the problem is women have a fun phase. Women have a whole phase. They put babies and put their careers before having a marriage and having a family as well too. All we have to do outside of that is focus on the people who are doing it the right way. Even if a man marries a woman, she still find a way to leave him. She'll still find a way to divorce. And most of them will find ways to become single mothers and look at the people who doing it wrong. All we have to do is look at the people who doing it right. So even if women are still leaving men that put a ring on their finger, that actually do a contractual agreement to take care of them for life and take care of their families, Instead of keeping their families together, women will pick that self-love and self-love and happiness rhetoric and self-empowerment, self. Everything is me, I. So I would concede to you, if when men got married, that they would leave women and divorce women. The problem is, even if men put a ring on their fingers, the women still divorce, Napah. And stat wise, they're still leaving men, and they're still making themselves single mothers, notch on the belt that they became a wife, and they'll brag about it. I used to be a wife, instead of I am a wife.
Napah and Ali, final thoughts about this prompt. We're going to read super chats and we're going to the second one, okay?
Okay. You want me to go?
Yes, first, and then Ali close it up.
Okay. I want to say this has been great so far. I'd love to engage with very, very heated debates about very important topics. So this topic is important. I want to say that first and foremost, but I want to point out that you brought out a lot of points about women and why they're responsible. And kudos to you. I want to give you a round of applause. The debate isn't just about women. It's about men too. Who are they equally responsible? In this debate, I pointed out things that women have done and things that men have done. I'm sticking to my my premise where I say they're both are responsible. I pointed out that the government had a hand in it because unfortunately, poverty, a lot of hunger, homelessness. And so LBGA came in and said, I got an idea. Let's give them, let's get the society together by giving these women food stamps, welfare checks, but one thing, we got to make sure we reinforce that they can't have a man in the house. That was already a part of welfare before the 60s, but they really drove it home. And they misused the system to harm men, but to ultimately harm families. It's AFDC saying aid for families, but it's not aid for families. It broke it was the onset of single parents, single mother homes. Men decided, hey, I want my kids to have food. I'm recapping. Kids have food, so we're not going to marry these women. Then they started shacking up. Marriage rates went down. After that, women said, I want to do it too. They divorced. Men went along with that because they said, look, baby, we'll still live together, but we will be able to get a check. Getting to the 2000s, men said, you know what? Leave these women. Don't marry them. Who cares? If you get them, as what you say, bust down, which is really highly offensive, but I got you. You say bust down, you bust them, both responsible. She let herself get bust down, he bust down. A baby came, nobody ever thought about marriage. To this day, we have the highest rate. Actually, I take that back. In 2010, we have the highest rate of single mother-led homes and single parent homes because men were going their own way. Just like with feminism in the 60s. Women with the second wave of feminism, I'm going to do it by myself. I don't need no man. Men said, you know what? It's fine. We don't need no woman. Don't marry these women. Don't give them a ring. Just have sex with them. You guys say pump and dump. And if the baby comes, let's just blame her. We're not getting anywhere. If we continue to just blame one side, we're going to keep this cycle going. We need to see that men and women need to get together. They need to be able to put family first, which starts with marriage. You need to get the nuclear family back together. It starts with marriage. And guess what, Ali? Marriage isn't one-sided. It's equal. And so is parenting, and so is single parenting. That is my point. And I think you see what I'm saying. It's equal. They're equally responsible. Thank you.
So the bad thing about you is you can't do what most of the time women do. Y'all like to push that feminism in your own way, and the man has to keep bailing you out every time you fail, drop dead in your face. So even though you came here to debate most of these things that you're saying that's not facts, but you'll always be able to find a nice man to rest on, a nice husband to go to who'll still take care of you, even if you make horrible decisions. You can't do this in this debate. I didn't come here to debate you on if men are equally responsible. I came to debate you on who's the most responsible. You already said that the only part, and I conceded to, that we're equally responsible is if we have sex or if men have sex. That's where we both consent. That's where we equal. But if you control when we can have sex, who's the father, when the baby comes, when you marry, when you divorce, if you control over 20 forms of contraceptives and birth control, if you can delete the kids with when I want it or keep it if I don't, if you can put it up for adoption, we're not equally responsible for sex. We're not equally responsible for the babies, and we're not equally responsible for you becoming a single mother.
Friends, thank you very much once again for being here. I appreciate y'all. Thank you very much for all the people watching the show on all the platforms. Please make sure you subscribe to them. I want Ali and Napah to have a little bit of dinner money and a little bit of lunch money. So please, either cash apps. I would truly appreciate it. It's not my day today. So please make sure that they get a cash app and a PayPal. You want to say something about?
Yes. What was the title of the debate that we just did? I want people to hear, because he said we didn't come to. What was the title of the debate?
You're talking about the prompt? Men
Yes.
and women are equally responsible for creating single mother-led homes.
And thank you. So thank you very much.
Quick, don't quit. She's in the building saying the pie is a real debater. Ali's just talking crap. Napah 3-0. Damn, that's crazy. And
She just saying that because I made her a single mother.
Damn, that's crazy. Stop hating on the creature. And by the way, Carl Anderson with 10 Untouchable memberships. Thank you so much, Carl, for supporting the Untouchable Empire. I appreciate you, sir.
I believe that there's multiple so-called Black leaders who believe that they are untouchable.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
Thank you very much. And they live says, women and children can come last, just like modern woman put family last. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Zero Fallout saying, Napah kept so much.
I had to come back in here. I want to go past those so you can see the second part. Okay,
as a parent.
Yeah, so he's gonna go in. Let's get to the first of it.
Rule focused. Fathers are more disciplinary.
And I do want to say again, shout out to Ali. He's a decent guy. This is just about the debate. He's a decent brother. The rhetoric isn't decent, but he did get a chance to sit down and talk to us to Sonetter and myself for almost 4 hours. Sonetter talked to him. He's a good family guy, good father. He got along really well with Sonetter. He does get along with pretty much everybody from what I've seen. So when I'm talking about the debate, okay, because I don't want anybody to get it wrong. When I talked about the rhetoric that he pushes, I don't know if people sometimes when you get on the internet, you just start getting in your bag and you start just saying stuff. But I heard that before. He says he didn't say that. He doesn't teach that. However, you hear a lot of men teaching it, not just Ali. That's the rhetoric. Leave her if she doesn't. If you can't have your peace, leave. That's not an unpopular teaching. So, yeah, I'm just saying that.
Fathers are more likely to enforce consequences consistently.
Gathering some questions, I will make sure to ask y'all.
Okay, great. So this is the second part of the debate.
A few, okay? Second prompt for the last 30 minutes of the debate. Men are better parents than woman. Men are better parents than women. I want Ali to start since Napah started the first one. I'm just going to wait for her to come back, and then we go from there. Once again, friends, please like the videos. The likes are for free. You can Ali go ahead. Men are better parents than women. This is the prompt. Let's go ahead. Tell me why.
Got untouchable.
It's time to do.
So before I go more deeper into this, right? I just want to give a little context about how fathers are just at parenting. Okay. And this is stat wise, and I'm not even gonna get the stats yet. I get the stats to you, Napah. Fathers are more rule focused. Fathers are more disciplinary. Fathers are more likely to enforce consequences consistently, and less emotionally swayed than mothers are. Mothers tend to negotiate with their children. Mothers tend to comfort their kids, avoid emotionally distress, and they tend to bend the rules so their kids get their way, so they don't have to enforce it the way a man would have to enforce it. So she looks like a good mother. A lot of women tend to compromise the order of the household to comfort herself and make herself feel better, depending on what she's going through in the household, where a lot of fathers typically implement order and, again, the consistency of the household. I will get the data. I'm going to give you some more data as well too, when it comes to why fathers are better parents than mothers. But fathers will prioritize right and wrong over what's in the best interest of the mother solely as a parent. You got it,
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. As I did with the last prompt, with the title that I'm going to do this again. There is none whatsoever, I should say, none whatsoever. There is no data. There is a gender attached to good parenting. Not at all. Not at all. In fact, the statistics show that two-parent households, right, children fare better than in single-parent households. Why am I adding this to men aren't better parents? Because two-parent households can definitely be and have been measured woman. So a lesbian mother and mother, statistics, not your feelings again, statistics show, and that data, I'd like for you to give me the source. No. Let me say this. I'm not doubting it, because you did say some things that make sense. But again, you're lopsided. Statistics show that two-parent households, children fare better than one-parent household. A father single household, according to statistics, does not fare better than a mother two-parent household. That's the statistics. So we're going to put that on the table. However, when you want to talk about mom and gender and women, yes, fathers function. That's why you need a nuclear family. Fathers function in a disciplinary way, which is very, very helpful for the child's development, and risk-taking. Fathers are the ones that let children take risks, which really help them build in social issues and behavioral issues later in life, where mothers are more protective, nurturing, comforting. And yes, so see, we need both. Again, you're saying fathers are better. There is no better. You can't say, well, dad disciplines better, and so he's a better parent. Mom, she gives me hugs and kisses when I fall down. But dad tells me, suck it up. You need both. You don't need imbalance. That's the problem today. That's why we have so many mentally dysfunctional people today, because there is an imbalance. Now, for my information about parenting, I want to bring forth secure attachment. Again, I don't believe either sex is better, but I will say Ali went on and on and on in our last interaction about women in their birth, women in the womb. You carry the baby. You're absolutely right, Ali. The first interaction that a child has is with the mother. How can she be less of a parent when she is the first interaction? She is the first. Everything that affects her, even while the child's in the womb, affects the child. She is the first parent. So how can she be the worst parent? How, Ali? When she takes the child out, she nurtures the child. And I'm not talking about dysfunctional. I'm talking about just biology. She gives the child nurturing in the womb. So she's giving the child life. That's your rhetoric. It's coming back to bite you in the ankles. Your rhetoric is she gives the child life. She chooses life. That's a plus. She feeds the child in the womb. That's a plus. She takes her prenatal vitamins. She makes sure her baby is safe. She sings to the baby. When she has the baby, she holds the baby. Secure attachment, according to the psychologist Piaget, secure attachment is vital in forming the neurological scaffolding of the mind, literally. So neurologically, the mother is the first contact, which lasts the child until the tomb, from the womb to the tomb. So the mother is giving. The father is also giving. See, I'm not saying if men or women are better. I'm saying it's both. The father gives the semen, the sperm, and the sperm creates the placenta. The dad is a part of the process as well. There's no one better or worse. When the child is born, dad lets mom nurture more, but he starts when the child starts to want to toddle. He helps the child learn how to walk. They both cheer. Mommy, when the baby falls, oh my God, the baby. Daddy says, no, baby's okay. There is no one better or worse. You will not be able to show me any hardcore empirical data that says only men are better than parents. Now, if you want to start getting into all the dysfunctional stuff, I'm ready for you. But I put it on the table again. There is no gender that says parenting is good. It's about the quality of the person, the quality of the care, the quality of the character, and if it's men and women in the dynamic of a nuclear family. I'll hand it back over to you.
So there's data that shows that a single father household is equivalent to a two-parent household. What's crazy is the only thing that you showed us just now for women being better parents than fathers, and then you'll turn right back and say that they both are equally needed, is you're saying that the mother gives birth to the baby and feeds the baby. That's what kind of could possibly make her a better parent, because she nurtures. Women typically raise babies, men raise children and families. But I'll give you some more data, okay? Fatherless homes, right? Households without fathers are 4 times more likely to live below the poverty line. Children of fatherless households are 2 more times likely to drop out of school. Infant mortality rates are 2 times higher in fatherless households. Adolescents from fatherless households are more likely to commit crimes. Children growing up without a father are 2 times as likely to commit suicide. When it comes to teen pregnancy rates, they go higher when fathers are not in the household. Children lacking interactions with their early development interaction with children and development behavioral problems. It comes from not having the father around. 90% of the children that are unhoused or runaways come from fatherless households. 80% of all rapists and children with anger issues or people with anger issues were raised in fatherless households. If I can remember some more, I'll give you some more. But you had not given me what makes mothers better in the household. No stats, no data, but imperative data shows us that majority of the issues, whether it's cognitive, social, psychological, comes from single mother households typically. Not saying that the mother can't raise these children, love these children, nurture these children, provide discipline or structure to these children, but majority of people who got issues is coming from single mother households. What imperative data are you showing me that the where the mother can do it better than the father can do it?
Okay, thank you so much. And it's empirical data, not imperative.
Yeah, thank you.
But it is imperative that I let you see what's going on.
I made one mistake.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying for the audience. this particular rhetoric, I'm so glad you brought it up. This rhetoric that's been spewed around, the skewed data that you're going around saying, because we found that single parent households, children don't do well, we're going to juxtapose that to the gender war agenda of MGTOW. When you go to that article that all of you've been grabbing, but from Medium, where this sex worker, I don't know if you know that, but she was a former sex worker. She wrote that article, y'all, in Medium. Let me read this article for you, a little bit of it. Alicia Jane decided for shits and giggles to write an article and say, single father households fare better than single mother households. Every bit of that data that she used, she skewed the argument that fathers are better. When you look at the actual data in it from Pew Research and the Census Bureau, it is a shame, the lie that has been told. And the way the manosphere has taken that information and run with it is even more shameful. This ex-sex worker said that mothers are not as good parents as fathers when they're single. When you came in and you told that you repeated that lie that she tells in that article, that a single father household is equivalent to a two-parent household, that's not the data. And you know what's embarrassing? Y'all didn't even click on the damn links when she put the sources in the paper. It's sad. All of these people saying they are, you know, the pioneers of information and debating, not one of you, or maybe you did and you just are deliberately lying to the public. Single father households are not being, they're not equivalent to two-parent households. What you're seeing is this particular data from the census report, the Census Bureau is measuring, listen to me carefully, it's measuring men who are raising children solo and in cohabitating households. I don't think you heard me. This data is measuring men who live alone and with a partner who's a woman. And the debate is, are men better parents? Because that data that's the data that was measured, you've lost this argument. You've lost this argument. That particular census is, I said it in the first part of our debate, that when you define single father, you're defining men who cohabitate with a partner, or the mother even, or solo. Those three. When you look at the stats, most of the fathers, single fathers who are classified as single fathers, they are cohabitating with a partner and or living with their mama, who was a single mama too. If you look further into the research in that with the sex worker, that Alicia Jane, who gave you guys that information about single father households are better. If you look further in the research, you will find that 81% of the mother homes are solo. What does that mean? We don't have anybody else in there. There's no daddy. And guess who left that house? The man did, because according to Ali, if she doesn't listen to you, you better leave. I thought he was a better parent, because the woman has, and this isn't a battle of the sexes with me, but I got to give you the facts. The woman said, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm doing it by myself. Of course, a broken home. Fathers are needed. They must be there. It's not an option. You must have a father. You must have a father in the home. But guess what? You must have a mother. So the data that's been reviewed for the mother, we're looking at most of it, an actual single parent home with no one living there. You can get the stats, but I have them on deck. I got them on deck. So don't use that information about, yes, there's more teen pregnancy. Yes, there's more suicide. Yes, there's more of everything negative because their father is not in the home. That doesn't mean that he's a better parent. he made a mistake for leaving because he listened to MGTOW and he listened to Manosphere and he listened to Ali saying, if she don't do what you say, if she doesn't prioritize you, leave. That's not a better parent. No parent is better because of the sex or gender of the person. So yeah, I want y'all to stop using that skewed information. Fathers are, one more thing. The data that you brought out is used by, let's say, sociologists and psychologists who say fathers are necessary. So they're looking at it saying, you need to have a presence as a father. You have to be there as a father. When we're looking at these single mother homes, it's because the father isn't around, Ali. He won't come see the kids. When you're looking at those stats about doing poorly in school, getting in gangs, and also poverty, of course, poverty and the father not being around. Riddle me this. How can he be a better parent when these stats are coming from him not being around? Interesting.
Checkmate. You just checkmated yourself. All the issues that women are complaining about, where their children are failing, where their children aren't disciplined, where their children are committing crimes, where their children have self-esteem issues and social issues, is because the daddy isn't around. If the father is raising the kids by himself, he can implement all those things and implement discipline, and most of those kids are going to comply. They're not going to refuse because they have to listen to the father. If there is a two-parent house where children can fail, or a daughter is becoming over-sexual, or the mother is pushing her to use her body as leverage for attention in society, where she's emasculating the father in front of the son, is typically a woman who don't allow the man to be a man inside the house and allow him to enforce that type of incentives and that type of household regulation as well too. You checkmated yourself and admitted that the problems are happening because the father isn't around. Go look at single father households. Go look at households where the father has his children, whether it's a son or a daughter. Most of those kids comply. And a lot of times they want to go back and live with their mothers so their mothers could enable them, so they can do what they want, and so they can get away with everything that they want to do and step out the house as much as they would like as well too, and sneak little boys in the house as well too, dress how they want, talk how they want, and act like they want. When you have a man in the household that's allowed to be a man and a father, when you have a single father household, when the kids come over and stay with the father, you have a better household where a father is typically a better parent. You admitted yourself, and I'll use that as a checkmate, that the problems are happening because the father isn't there. It demonstrates the value of men, and it demonstrates the value of the man being a father.
I never said that a father is, I don't know, maybe you are putting in earplugs when I speak. I said a father is crucial, but the father has left the home because he took your advice. You said, if she doesn't prioritize you, leave. That, for me, is ridiculous advice. Because if you leave a household because you're not getting prioritized, what does that say about you and what you think about children? That's rhetorical. Let's get back in single father households, this and that. I don't think you heard me say the thing about cohabitation. I think it's hard for you to really take that in because it's going to kill your argument. So everyone knows, especially in this environment, that men are told, don't go be with single mothers. You're told, avoid her like the plague if she has kids. You all teach that. You say, don't be stepdads. You teach that. You teach men not to be with women if they have children. You say, avoid women if they have children. You also say, leave your own children if she won't do what you say. Now, when a woman goes out after a man left because he listened to Ali, Ali said, if she doesn't prioritize, you leave. So she goes out to find another man, and every man is saying, no, I'm not being with no single mama. So now there are no men at all leading the household. Yes, you're right. There's problems. I mentioned that children need fathers. Children need mothers equally. There's no better or worse parent. It goes by, according to gender, it goes by character and values and a lot of other things. Let's get back to the part where you said single fathers do better. I don't think you heard me say that a lot of them are cohabitating with women. Yeah, women, it's more accepted in our society. And women are like, I don't mind helping you with your kids. Ooh, you're such a great dad. It's honorable. And I think so too. In society, when you see a man raising his kids by himself, so he has a woman living with him. You said men are better parents. He has a woman living with him. He's classified on paper with the census that he's a single father, because he is, but he's cohabitating with a woman. Your argument is that men are better parents. So we've got the nuclear family in the single father households, but in the single mother households, we have nothing. We have desperate despair and dysfunction, because you are telling women, you deserve it. You do it on your own. Men don't marry them. Men don't be stepfathers to those kids. Let those women get what they deserve. There's poverty. There's dysfunction because there's no father there to watch over, to discipline, to say, let's take this risk. You can do it, son. You can do it, daughter. Don't do it, son. Don't do it, daughter. That's what you say. You say that. So all this stuff about, oh, and then the single father's got a girlfriend helping him. He's got his mama. This is the facts. I know it hurts some of your audience when they hear the facts. A lot of these younger single fathers are living with their mama, who is a single mom. Guess who's taking care of the baby with him? Grandma. When the single woman gets pregnant and she's young, she'll stay with mom for about a while, and then she's like, I can't do this, because it's a cycle of dysfunction. She moves out on welfare, and then the government helps her. She gets the welfare unit to live in, and she starts living by herself, and nobody wants her because Ali and all the manosphere said, don't be with her. So we've got two different households. We literally can look deeper into the data and see that single parent fathers are not solo, most of them, not all. There are some solo, but it's a small percentage. Most of them are actually nuclear families with a mother, a representative of a woman at least, and a representative of a father. Where with the single mother households that you're comparing, skewing the data, she's alone. And you push that. You tell men in this forum, don't be with her, don't be a stepdad, don't give these kids a father. And you're telling me that men are, last time I checked, men are better parents. Last time I checked, step parents are parents. Right.
But you
so
tell men
he even
don't be
admits that they
step-parents.
tell men not to be parents. So this is what I want to say beyond the debate. These men are so hateful and resentful of women that they can encourage men. I showed you about MGTOW. They say, leave your wives. They tell you, he says it. He says, she doesn't want to listen to you, so you should go get a woman who does listen. So they tell you, leave your families, leave your children, leave your wife, your girlfriend, whatever, your baby mama, go find somebody better. And then while they already left their babies, they encourage men not to be fathers in these households. How are men better parents? Again, there is no better parent as a man or woman. It's not about gender, but he says it is. How are men better parents when you encourage men not to be parents? Riddle me that. How are men better parents when you as a man, Ali, I'm talking to you, brother, you're on there saying you're calling stepfathers crash dummies. You call men who step up and father. You know the ramifications of fatherless homes, but you shame men who step up and say, I'll be your daddy. I know you don't have one. How are you better fathers? That burns me up. This kind of stuff right here, the thing about blaming single moms for households falling apart when they're the ones leaving. And then not only do you leave, you tell men not to go step in and take your place to raise those children. You are not better. And it's not about your sex. It's about your character. And the character of the manosphere and the MGTOW is despicable, disgusting. You hate children. You hate children. If you leave, you already left. And then you're going to say, don't go and raise those children. So who's going to raise the children? That is the problem. It's not about gender. It's about the rhetoric of the MGTOW. It's about the hatred. And the women are to blame because they continue to lay down with men without true commitment and without vetting their character. So there is no gender that is better or worse. I'm going to start it again. You tell men, you are a fool to be a step parent. How is that better? I thought you said it was bad to be a stepdad. You're not ready, but you're getting this work, Ali. I'm going to give this question to you when you come back in here all beaten up and tattered because I'm busting your piñata. Let me ask you, are men cohabitating with women but putting it on paper that they are single parents according to the Census Bureau? Since you're pulling in empirical data, which is imperative, let me know.
I honestly have no idea about that, but it's a moot point because we're debating who's better.
I know you
parents.
have no idea.
I don't, but we're debating who's better parents, not if fathers are cohabitating with women that listen to them because the biological mother doesn't listen to them. And you just cooked yourself, by the way. Most of the time, these men are leaving dysfunctional women who don't cooperate with them in a dysfunctional household. Men avoid single mothers because she puts her needs above the kids, a man, in order in the household. Napah just admitted, y'all, that these mamas are creating not only the problematic girls, but they're creating the problematic boys who still live with their mamas. Napah, why should a man take care of a woman that wouldn't listen or value the biological father? Why doesn't a woman value the father of her children more than being a single mother? And Napah, should a man leave a disorderly woman? These are all rhetorical questions for you, Napah, as well, too. But this one main thing I want to ask you, because on top of all the other questions you won't ask Napah, who are typically raising emotionally disorderly, disrespectful kids, Napah, men or women?
I just need to do that. There is no gender. You heard that? He admitted, he said, why should a man not leave a woman who won't listen to him? Busted. You said you don't teach that. You just said you don't teach that. I saw you taught it. I saw it on your channel. So you just told us it is valid for a man to leave his family just because she didn't listen. That's why I said it's women's fault too. Stop having sex with these men who don't value family. You know how many fathers are out there? Shout out to Sonnetter. Shout out to all the fathers who stick around, who raise their children. You think that there aren't problems between couples? So just because somebody won't listen to you, you're going to abandon your whole family, your wife, your kids? This is what he teaches. How does that make men better parents? Again, it's not a battle of sexes for me. There's no gender that says you're a better parent. There are bad parents that are men, and there are good parents that are men. There are bad parents that are women. There are good parents that are women, but it doesn't matter. It's not because they're biological sex. This man just said, I'm going to run it back. These men are leaving to go be with women who listen to them. And you know what they're doing? Leaving a trail of baby mamas behind them. Because the minute she don't listen to you, you leave her. The minute the next one doesn't listen, you leave her. And you just keep all these children with these broken homes. And you're the reason. You brothers that do this are the reason. Because you didn't like, I need my peace. I'd rather be on a rooftop than in the house with the lion, quoting the scriptures all wrong. You're leaving your children behind. Listen to what he says. He says, why should she? He kills himself in the debate, and he also shows his character when it comes to this topic. Stop saying this stuff, Ali. I mean, I think you're better than that. Maybe you'll come to your senses. That is terrible to tell a man to leave his family because it's called for better and for worse, richer for poor, sickness and health. You're not supposed to leave because she won't listen to you. Work things out. Shit. Stay in another room. Set up a man cave. But your kids need you there. Let's go back and listen.
Ask Napah, who are typically raising emotionally disorderly, disrespectful kids, Napah, men or
beaten up and tattered because I'm busting your piñata. Let me ask you, are men cohabitating with women women, but putting it on paper that they are single parents, cold data, which is imperative. Let me know.
I honestly have no idea about that, but it's a moot point because we're debating who's better.
I know you
parents.
have no idea.
I don't, but we're debating who's better parents, not if fathers are cohabitating with women that listen to them because the biological mother doesn't listen to them. And you just cooked yourself, by the way. Most of the time, these men are leaving dysfunctional women who don't cooperate with them in a dysfunctional household. Men avoid single mothers because she puts her needs above the kids, a man, in order in the household. Napah just admitted, y'all, that these mamas are creating not only the problematic girls, but they're creating the problematic boys who still live with their mamas. Napah, why should a man take care of a woman that wouldn't listen or value the biological father? Why doesn't a woman value the father of her children more than being a single mother? And Napah, should a man leave a disorderly woman? These are all rhetorical questions for you, Napah, as well, too. But this one main thing I want to ask you, because on top of all the other questions you won't ask Napah, who are typically raising emotionally disorderly, disrespectful kids, Napah, men or women?
There is no gender. That's the answer. There is no gender. And guess what? This is the clincher. You just said who is typically raising. So are you implying that a woman is alone? No, you're not implying it. It's the facts, right? A woman is alone raising a child. Now, riddle me this. I'm in a relationship and I'm married or cohabitating, and I don't like the way you made me feel. I didn't prioritize the children from get jump. If I didn't prioritize the children from get jump, I must be not a great parent. I must not be the best parent if I'm the one who left because you're not prioritizing me. That's your rhetoric. If you don't do what I want, which happens in relationships. If you don't do what I want, I get to leave. You're saying women do that, but no. When we look at the facts, men are the ones leaving because there's more single parent mother-led households, 81% to be specific in society today. So who's leaving? How are you the better parent and you're the one who left? Dun, 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 dun. You're not the better parent. There is no better parent when it comes to gender. I'm not doing the battle of the sexes, but I'm not going to let you sit up here and lie and say women are not better parents. She's literally staying with the child. Now, if we're looking at the single father households, I'm not saying all are cohabitating, but a very small percentage compared to how many are cohabitating. So I killed that argument because there's women involved when you compare the dysfunction to the balance. But for the solo fathers that are living by themselves, they're getting told, hey, you're doing a great job. Yes, you got this. Where the women, and that's building up their morale. That's my point. When we're talking about dysfunction, well, for the women, you're being told, you're garbage. You're the reason these children are suffering. You're dysfunction. Oh, you just want these children to be you don't care about yourself. What do you think that does to the psyche of a woman or a human being in general? Women are being mistreated because they are alone in situations of raising their children, and you're not helping as men and as parents by saying, don't be with her, don't be a stepdad, don't be there, leave if she doesn't listen. You literally, I just wrote it down. You said, if she doesn't listen, that's your issue. You are so worried about being the parent to a woman and governing and having her submit. You're not worried about your own children and the consequence of you leaving. The fact is that there is no, I'm not saying both, I'm going back to, there's no gender that tells you if you're a good parent or not. Men make mistakes, women make mistakes. Parenting and emotion does not say, oh, it's because of your sex. Oh, it's because you're a man. Because I'm going to go back. I'm going to, well, you asking me questions. I want to ask you a question. If men are better at listen, if men are better at being parents, then why is a two-parent lesbian household bringing out better results for their children than a one-parent single father? I'll say it again. If with your stance that gender matters, that men are better parents, then why in the single-parent household statistics, talking about fathers, single-parent household, father, why is that data showing that children do not fare as well in a single parent father home compared to a two-parent lesbian led home? Those are women. Why? Two parents compared to single parents.
So I have heard of gay men raising kids better than the lesbian women or a single parent household.
Show me the data.
I'd have to go look for it, but I've never heard data where lesbians raise better than single fathers. I'd have to look into that. So you're asking me.
You're not listening.
You said lesbian. You said a lesbian.
You quoted the data. There's data showing that a child from a two-parent household fares better than a child from a one-parent household. It doesn't matter. See, they're not using gender like you, but the data. We're talking about empirical evidence. We're not talking about our feelings right now. The data shows two. Okay, first off, he did not see anything like that when it comes to data. Maybe he saw a stream of some guy saying two gay men raise children better than two lesbian women. There is nothing. I showed it at the beginning of the stream. Scroll back and read it. I can get it again. According to the Pew Research and the National Institute of Health, same-sex parents are two-parent households, and it says they fare the same as heterosexual parents. Stay with me. In the beginning of this debate, he brought that out, saying a single father raises children and has the results the same as a two-parent household. First off, that wasn't true, and that's not in the data. But secondly, you notice he used two-parent household as the gold standard and as the litmus to say, oh, this is what we measure it by, because that's the ultimate. Those are the best results, right? So now I come in and say, well, then why does the data say that two lesbians? Because remember, I showed it at the beginning. If you can scroll back and look, the paper says same-sex two-parent households have the same results with children as far as behavior, academics, social adjustments. They have the same positive results as heterosexual. So that means that even two women, he wasn't ready for me to debate him. Two women, because that's a two-parent household, raise children, according to the data, raise children better than a one single father and a one single mother, because I'm not doing the gender thing. He is. And he comes up here and saying, I have heard. No, you haven't. Because I'm once this is all over, I'll bring up the paper again. The data and the research show that it doesn't depend on your sex or your sexual orientation. It depends on the environment, like the brother said in the comments, the money, the finance, the poverty, or the level of the housing, the neighborhood. It depends on things like the character of the person, not your sex. So let's go back and listen to him fumble, because he wasn't ready. He didn't even read the research. My brother, do better. I can help you. I can make you I already made you a better debater. That's what we do over here in the HOK. I mean, shout out to the Untouchables. This is what we do over here. We actually research, we read books and articles, and we actually figure out what's going on so we can tear the information of our opponent apart and tear them a new one too. So let's listen to this again. I feel bad because this is the part where it's over. two-parent households, I don't feel bad, but I just look at his face like, look at him confused. Shout out to Ali. He's confused. Fare better than one-parent household. A one-parent household. It doesn't matter. See, they're not using gender like you, but the data, we're talking about empirical evidence. We're not talking about our feelings right now. The data shows two-parent households fare better than one-parent households. That could be a single father and two lesbians. Tell me why, if men are better parents.
So I don't know where you're getting your information from, Napah. Nobody would ever concede to the fact that two lesbians raise children better than a single father.
You're not.
I don't know where I know I am listening. And Napah herself would never let her kids be raised from us two lesbians more so than. So hold on. So that everybody's watching, 320 people, because I'm gonna put you on trial.
And we're gonna get the,
you would rather if your children. If you had to give someone to watch your children, take care of your children, I want you to concede to this, that you rather have two lesbians raise your children if something would have, God forbid, happened to you and your family than a father, single father. No, yeah, can you answer one of my questions? That's my sixth. That's the sixth question you're about to answer. Would you rather? No,
I'm going to answer your question as always.
No, you haven't answered one. You haven't answered none of my questions.
You didn't answer mine.
I just said no. I didn't concede. I'm not conceding.
Ali, let her try to answer, and if she doesn't, write it down, and you're going to point out the question that she didn't answer.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. So let me get this right here. This is quick overview. On average, children in two-parent households fare better across the board in behavioral metrics. Okay. So, do you know that in the study by the National Institute of Health and other studies, that two-parent households are taking into consideration LGBT. Let me do this. I gotta do it. Let me show you real quick the paper. Let's get the paper right here. It won't be long. Right here. Okay, here it is. All right. This is, of course, good old National Library of Medicine, right? And this is Child Well-Being and Same-Sex Parent Families Review of Research prepared for American Sociological Association amicus brief. So let's get down to where it says the nitty-gritty. Okay. Okay. Summary. To date, the consensus in the social science literature is clear. In the United States, children living with two same-sex parents fare as well as children residing with two different sex parents. Numerous credible, methodologically sound social science studies, including many drawing on nationally representative data, form the basis of this consensus. That means everybody agrees. These studies reveal that children raised in same-sex parent families fare just as well as children raised in different sex parent families across a wide spectrum of child well-being measures, which are academic, performance, cognitive development, social development, psychological health, early sexual activity, and substance abuse. And that's talking about two-parent, as you see, two-parent, two. That's the key. If he wants to come away with anything, don't leave with sex or gender, or leave with the two, the number. One person cannot raise a child better than two people, two or more. So take that down and let's get back. And that's the science, not me. The science says that, meaning the data. All right, let's get back to that, to the debate. It's almost done. Families, that's the data. It's data that we have. There are lesbians and gay men being measured in that study. Whether or not it's a small percentage, which is it's not the majority, but when I was over there, the entire chat was saying she's lying. That's not true. And of course, you know me, like I said, I'll get books and send the papers to my email, download them. Sometimes you have to even buy the PDF. I had so many tabs and things in my email. I couldn't really get straight to it. So I'm really doing them a service. And I feel, as for sportsmanship, I wanted to bring out this information and also share this debate with my audience, because unfortunately I had tech situations yesterday, so I couldn't. So anyway, yeah, that's out there. That's the facts. So let's get it. In the census, the data that we're using comes from the Pew Research Center. It comes from the Census Bureau, and it's coming from places, like I said, the National Institute of Health. Different sources of information are showing that 2-parent households, it doesn't matter the gender. I'm winning the debate. It doesn't. Men are not better, because my premise is that it doesn't base on gender. So according to you, men are better parents. But the data that you're pulling, which you said single fathers, which was wrong, single fathers match 2-parent households. Why is 2-parent households the litmus? It's the litmus because children fare better in 2-parent households, regardless of of gender, not orientation, regardless, orientation too. So you are not looking at your own data. The data that you're using and the measurement is that 2-parent households, children fare better than 1-parent household. I didn't do the research. The data's there. My argument is that it's not based on sex. You are hitting a wall because the data you're using is showing that 2-parent is the litmus. It says children do best in a nuclear 2-parent family. Well, fathers are single fathers, and that means that sex does not matter. And that's according to you, because you're saying lesbians and that homosexuals aren't good parents. You want to do that debate next? I would love to. I'm having a good time beating you up on this information.
Ali didn't say it. We're talking about better parents. I would never concede to the fact that a lesbian household would do better than a single father. Absolutely not. Maybe fine.
Okay, well, guess what?
They may get more financial.
Fatty. I gotta do this. Ali, are you saying that the data that you were just using is now invalid?
No, so there's no research. Hey, Napah, you have the same thing you have, right? There's no research where 2-parent household was lesbian household was compared to single father. There's no research that has that.
There is.
No,
yes, there is.
Where?
Go read the data again. That's what I'm saying. And we'll do the debate. I hope he still wants to debate me after he got this terrible butt whipping yesterday. Yes, I just read it. Yes, there is data saying that, sir. Did you do no research? I mean, I guess because he's used to just the audience just here. As long as you bash women, you're the king of information. No, you got to do better. You have to do better. I killed that rhetoric. They can no longer praise the Most High. They can no longer go around the manosphere and pull any woman or man who listens to them, grab this information and throw it back in their face. They go around saying men are better parents than women. That's silly. Because you're male, you're a better parent. That's silliness. That sounds silly. Even children don't say things like that. A 5-year-old, you say, who's a better parent, a mommy or daddy? Kids will go, I like both. Exactly. Because they're equal when it comes to their capacity and how they can parent. Or if it's a child who's abused by mommy and daddy, who's worse, mommy or daddy? They both are mean to me. Duh. So yeah, he didn't even do the research. Bless his heart.
For that. No, where's it from? So she pulled it up.
Sir. The data includes lesbians and gays.
Can we get the link, Napah?
Yeah, what's the link that says that lesbians?
I'll get it right now.
I'll pause the clock for a second.
If
you can send me the link, I'll appreciate it.
Yeah, I will. I'm gonna get it.
And friends, I'll open the panel, friends, in 25 minutes for y'all to come up and to challenge our opponents. If you have questions, I have questions too. Right now, I have 5 questions, 3 for one person and 2 for the other. I'll try to see how they fare with my questions, okay? So once again, there's 323 people watching. Please like the video, likes are for free. And if you can, I would appreciate it. Help Napah and Ali get some lunch money and some dinner money today, okay? So we're going to have fun. Please subscribe to El Canali, subscribe to Napah, and leave me alone because I don't need more subscribers. I have 20,000 now. I'm an important person. Let's look at, because I to be honest, Napah, I didn't know about that either. I didn't know that I didn't know that it was overall across. Even lesbian couples had better results than a single dad. I didn't know that.
I knew gay men. We knew
this
about
is the
gay
thing,
men.
Fatty. I'm looking it up because I had to turn my camera off to look it up. But let me say this: the thing that I'm pointing out, which is valid, is that gays are accounted for in the study as two-parent when they're married.
In two-parent
They're
households,
not
yes.
excluded. They're not
Let me
excluded.
see.
So let me get it.
Sure, but there's a thing. But how do we know in specific that the lesbian couples actually are outperforming single men instead of just the bulk of, imagine, gay parents?
That's a great question. And the reason we know is because the two-parent same sex are determined in the study to be at the equivalent to the two-parent heterosexual. This is how we know, because a two-parent nuclear family, the heterosexual family, is said they fare better than single parents, fathers and mothers. So that question that he asked, that's what we kind of, I was so turned up off the debate. I don't know if I was, I'm sure I wasn't really getting my point across and articulating as well. So right now I'm saying the answer to that is, in the study, it was determined, and sometimes the girls in two-parent lesbian families, the girls fare better than girls in two-parent heterosexual families because they wait longer before they lose their virginity. That's part of the study. So they studied and saw that the two-parent same sex are doing, the children do just as well and sometimes even better compared to the two-parent heterosexual. Taking that information, right, we now put the two-parent lesbian and or homosexual man in with the data with the same sex. I mean, with the heterosexual two-parent. So now it's two-parent across the board. They fare better than single parent. And when we go to single parent, we have single parent father, single parent mother. Both of those are losing against any dynamic, any kind of makeup of two-parent. And that's, so I'm answering his question thoroughly. I didn't really get across. That was a good question. Yes, that is how we know. Let's go back. Let me scroll back a little bit.
Bulk of, imagine, gay parents doing great, heterosexual parents doing okay, and lesbian parents kind of doing below average, but because they are put together with the two groups, now their numbers actually look better than they're supposed to be. Like, we need to find an individual.
But and Fatty, I think it becomes moot too, though, because we were comparing men being better parents to women, and she's moving it to the two-parent household of lesbians to a single father, when we were comparing if a man or a woman are better parents.
I gotta say this. Duh, Ali, did the coconut just drop on your head? Because it doesn't matter. You said two-parent household when you pulled the study. If you guys saw this part, he says, I'm gonna show you. Let me just go back. The timestamp is for this one is 5158. Okay, so look. When he first came in, and he was saying his information, mistreated because they are, I must to say, let's take this risk. You teach men saying they are well. However,
men are better parents then
watch our brother Ali come in and quote. He's really parroting. He's repeating what he just heard. He didn't even go read on it. They've been passing this article around of this ex-sex worker who said men are better parents than women, and they won't stop repeating it. But I went and looked at the actual data and the information, and that's how I figured it out. So watch him talk about 2-parent households are equal to one single dad. That means, see, the 2-parent is the gold standard. It's like the best. So watch him say that. Listen.
Woman, this is the prompt. Let's go ahead. Tell me why.
Got untouchable.
It's time to do.
So before I go more deeper into this, right? I just want to give a little context about how fathers are just at parenting. Okay. And this is stat wise, and I'm not even gonna get the stats yet. I get the stats to you.
He said this is stat wise. Remember what our brother Jabari says? You kill them with their own source. And shout out to the pseudo killers. They say a pseudo dies at their own source or with their own source. Listen.
I'm more rule focused. Fathers are more disciplinary. Fathers are more likely to enforce consequences consistently, and less emotionally swayed than mothers are. Mothers tend to negotiate with their children. Mothers tend to comfort their kids, avoid emotionally distress, and they tend to bend the rules so their kids get their way, so they don't have to enforce it the way a man would have to enforce it. So she looks like a good mother. A lot of women tend to compromise the order of the household to comfort herself and make herself feel better, depending on what she's going through in the household, where a lot of fathers typically implement order and, again, the consistency of the household. I will get the data. I'm going to give you some more data as well too, when it comes to why fathers are better parents than mothers. But fathers will prioritize right and wrong over what's in the best interest of the mother solely as a parent.
He's going to get the data. Let me fast forward. All right. Thank you so much. Are more protective in the womb when the child starts to.
Fathers are 4 times more likely to live below.
There is no gender that says parenting is good. It's about the quality of the person, the quality of the care, the quality of the character, and if it's in the dynamic of a nuclear family. I'll hand it back over to you.
So there's data that shows that a single father household is equivalent to a 2-parent household. What's crazy is
boom. Y'all heard it. You want me to drag it back a little bit one more time? Okay, let's do it one more. Let's see.
And feeds the baby.
There is no gender that says parenting is good. It's about the quality of the person, the quality of the care, the quality of the character, and if it's men and women in the dynamic of a nuclear family. I'll hand it back over to you.
So there's data that shows that a single father household is equivalent to a 2-parent household. What's crazy is the only thing that you showed us just now for women being better parents than fathers, and then you'll turn right back and say that they both are equally needed, is you're saying that the mother gives birth to the baby.
All right, so let's get back to the 58 mark or wherever I was. I think it was 158. Yeah. That was it. Y'all heard it. That's what he messed up on. And so he died at his own source. Let's get it right here.
I knew gay men. We knew about gay men.
Fatty, I'm looking it up because I had to turn my camera off to look it up. But let me say this. And then he's going to try to do the buck dance and say, oh, she's changing the top. No, brother, you brought that source in and you said that's the thing that I'm pointing out, which is valid, is that gays are accounted for in the study as 2-parent when they're married. They're not excluded. They're not excluded. So let me get it.
Sure, but there's a thing. But how do we know in specific that the lesbian couples actually are outperforming single men instead of just the bulk of, imagine, gay parents doing great, heterosexual parents doing okay, and lesbian parents kind of doing below average, but because they are put together with the 2 groups, now their numbers actually look better than they're supposed to be. Like, we need to find an individual.
But Fatty, I think it becomes moot too, though, because we were comparing men being better parents to women, and she's moving it to the 2-parent household of lesbians to a single father. When we were comparing if a man or a woman are better parents,
you are actually right.
She's moved the goalpost.
It doesn't
No,
go.
I'm not. No, he's not right. No, he's not right. Because let me get in here. I got to turn my camera because I was getting the data. No, he's not. This is the thing. There's still studies being done on the effects of same parenting or the results same parenting. However, the data that is being I want to listen. The data that's being used saying that 2-parent households fare better than one single includes gays and lesbians. Therefore, you can't put it on gender. Not with this data, maybe with your feelings. The data you're using says that a single parent, whether mother or father, does not fare as well as a 2-parent. In that data that when they did all the studies and the census, the research, there are homosexual married couples included in the 2-parent household. Now, I'm getting that for you.
Can you tell me the topic? Can you tell me the topic of what we're debating, please?
Yes. The topic is are men better parents?
Then
are men better parents than women?
Then a woman. Is a man better parents than a woman, right? So while we comparing
my premise
we're comparing
is
a woman
that there
to a
is no gender. I said no because there's no gender.
No. So
it's not based on gender.
No. So the prompt is: are men better parents than women? How do lesbian couples that are 2 people being better than a single parent that is a man? How is that relevant to the prompt?
Because if you Google I have about 50 articles I have to go through to get this, and I have this information about who was involved in the census. Even you can do it now. If you Google 2-parent households consensus bureau, gays, they are included in the data. So if they're included
Fatty, if she wants to do this, we can do it.
Just one second. This is a 1-to-1 comparison. Man versus woman. Okay? Either we do single man versus single woman, either we do lesbians versus gays.
Yes.
Like no, it doesn't work that way. There's the only. It doesn't work that way.
Napah, one
no,
second.
it doesn't work that way.
Napah, 1 second. Napah, 1 second. Napah, 1 second. Napah, stop.
He needs help from Fatty.
Napah, stop. What? I'm going to read the prompt. Man,
yes.
Y'all, 1 second. Y'all can call me biased because y'all decided the prompt. I'm just here to hosting it. Y'all let them meet and y'all decide. Men are better parents than women. There's 2 possible ways we can debate this topic. Single male parent better than the single female parent, or 2 male parents, which is a gay couple, better than 2 lesbian couples. How am I wrong, Napah?
Okay, now let me get back to this. Fatty.
Napah, stop. What happened to the prompt?
Because
can you tell me the topic? Can you tell single father when we were comparing?
We know in specific that the lesbian couples actually are outperforming single men instead of just the bulk of, imagine, gay parents doing great, heterosexual parents doing okay, and lesbian parents kind of doing below average, but because they are put together with the 2 groups, now their numbers actually look better than they're supposed to be. Like, we need to find an individual.
But Fatty, I think it becomes moot too, though, because we were comparing men being better parents to women. And she's moving it to the 2-parent household of lesbians to a single father. When we were comparing if a man or a woman are better parents,
you are actually right.
She's moved the goalpost.
It doesn't go.
No, I'm not. No, he's not right. No, he's not right. Because let me get in here. I got to turn my camera because I was getting the data. No, he's not. This is the thing. There's still studies being done on the effects of same parenting or the results same parenting. However, the data that is being, I want to listen. The data that's being used saying that 2-parent households fare better than one single includes gays and lesbians. Therefore, you can't put it on gender. Not with this data, maybe with your feelings. The data you're using says that a single parent, whether mother or father, does not fare as well as a two-parent. In that data that when they did all the studies and the census, the research, there are homosexual married couples included in the two-parent household. Now, I'm getting that for you.
Can you tell me the topic? Can you tell me the topic of what we're debating, please?
Yes.
What's
the topic is are men better parents?
Then
are men better parents than women?
Then a woman. Is a man better parents than a woman, right? So while we comparing
my premise
we're comparing
is
a woman
that
to a
there is no gender. That I said no because there's no gender.
No. So
it's not based on gender.
No.
So you guys get what I'm saying? Like, he said men are better parents than women. Last time I checked, lesbians are women. Lesbians are 100% women. They only like women, no men involved. If, according to him, two-parent families, he used the data. Remember, he's like, I'm getting this data. If the data that he pulled says 2 lesbians, 2-parent home is better than a 1-parent home, which can be a man, a father, it says that the women are better the children are better. It doesn't say better parents because they're women. It says because their household dynamic and their community. I already talked about that earlier. So do you get what I'm saying? Now he's trying to say this is irrelevant. No, I'm showing you that you're wrong, Ali, because even according to the data that you referred to, lesbians are better parents than a single parent household, whether it's a man or woman. So if it is a man, you cannot say that men are better parents because the data and the research on the actual families and the children say that no, sorry, 2 women raise the children better than 1 parent that is a woman or a man. You said men are better parents, but 2 women can raise children better, according to the data that you said you pulled. According to the research, 2 women can raise children better than just 1 man. You killed yourself with that source. Now, that's what I wasn't really saying in there because I was kind of, flustered. The data says it doesn't matter if it's 2 men, 2 women, a man and his grandma, a woman and her uncle. When 2 or more people raise that child, that's what the data is that's what's pretty much showing. The children fare better. And especially if the people step in, I have to say this, as parents, they have to step. I shouldn't have just said grandma. Sometimes grandma can be looked at as a parent, but it can't be just like a friend saying, hey, I came by to bring you some groceries. It has to be someone who lives with a child, lets the child know you belong to me. You're valued. I love you. I protect you. I care about your feelings. How are you doing? You can do this. Let me show you how to do right thing. Get what I'm saying? It has to be somebody that is present, acting as a parent. And so he killed himself with the source. I'm going to go back because this was the coup de grace. This was the last strike. He did seppuku, but I just, basically either he did seppuku or I hit him with that last strike on that piñata baton, and it was over. I want to drag it back a little bit, and then you can listen. Are men better parents than women on gender? Not with this, not with.
We know in specific that the lesbian couples actually are outperforming single men instead of just the bulk of, imagine, gay parents doing great, heterosexual parents doing okay, and lesbian parents kind of doing below average, but because they are put together with the 2 groups, now their numbers actually look better than they're supposed to be. Like, we need to find an individual.
But Fatty, I think it becomes moot too, though, because we were comparing men being better parents to women, and she's moving it to the 2-parent household of lesbians to a single father. When we were comparing if a man or a woman are better parents,
you are actually right.
She's moving the goalpost.
It doesn't go.
No, I'm not moving. No, he's not right. No, he's not right. Because let me get in here. I got to turn my camera because I was getting the data. No, he's not. This is the thing. There's still studies being done on the effects of same parenting or the results, same parenting. However, the data that is being, I want to listen, the data that's being used saying that 2-parent households fare better than one single includes gays and lesbians. Therefore, you can't put it on gender. Not with this data, maybe with your feelings. The data you're using says that a single parent, whether mother or father, does not fare as well as a 2-parent. In that data that when they did all the studies and the census, the research, there are homosexual married couples included in the 2-parent household. Now, I'm getting that for you.
Can you tell me the topic? Can you tell me the topic of what we're debating, please?
Yes. The topic is
Mm-hmm.
Are men better parents?
Then
Are men better parents than women?
Then a woman. Is a man better parents than a woman, right? So while we comparing
my premise
we're comparing
is
a woman
that there
to a
is no gender. I said no because there's no gender.
No. So
it's not based on gender.
No. So the prompt is: Are men better parents than women?
Yes.
How do lesbian couples that are 2 people being better than the single parent that is a man? How is that relevant to the prompt?
Because if you Google I have about 50 articles I have to go through to get this, and I have it. This information about who was involved in the census. Even you can do it now. If you Google 2-parent households consensus bureau, gays, they are included in the data. So if they're included,
Fatty, if she wants to do this, we can do it.
Just one second. This is a 1-to-1 comparison. Man versus woman. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Either we do single man versus single woman. Either we do lesbians versus gays.
Yes.
Like no, it doesn't work that way.
The only.
It doesn't work that way.
Napah, one second.
It doesn't work that way.
Napah, 1 second. Napah, 1 second. Napah, stop.
He needs help from Fatty.
Napah, stop. What? I'm going to read the prompt. Man,
yes.
Y'all, 1 second. Y'all can call me biased because y'all decided the prompt. I'm just here to hosting it. Y'all let the meeting and y'all decide. Men are better parents than women. There's 2 possible ways we can debate this topic. Single male parent better than the single female parent, or 2 male parents, which is a gay couple, better than 2 lesbian couples. How am I wrong, Napah?
Okay, now let me get back to this. Because you're wrong, because you're trying to take it to another debate. I'm not debating if 2 lesbians are better than 1 man. Oh my God, this is crazy. Don't cut me. I feel like somebody's gonna cut me off. 2 households on paper say that children do better. Doesn't matter if they're 2 men, 2 women, man, woman. Facts say, statistics say, 2-parent households, children do better. My argument is doesn't matter sex, but he says it's men. Doesn't matter gender. He says it is. The facts don't say, well, if it's a lesbian, it says 2-parent households. Compared to what? Compared to 1-parent household. It doesn't matter if it's a father or a mother. These are the facts. The facts say that when children have 2 parents, they do better. There's still research being done. If that is the facts, I can argue, which I am, that if there's 2 lesbians facing 1 male that's a father, then the facts say that 2 parents, even though they're 2 women, are better. That's why you don't do gender. What's wild is that's what our brother Ali pulled from the beginning. He said, I'm going to pull the data. Well, he didn't pull the data actually, but he quoted it. Or maybe he did. He said 2-parent households, the children do just as well as 1-parent households. He was trying, and that wasn't true. he was using that the same data, and now that it comes back to bite him in his ankles, he's like, you're doing the wrong debate. But it's all good. I just wanted to say that.
That's why my debate is that he's wrong. That's my premise. You cannot say men are better than women as parents, because no empirical data will show you that anybody's gender makes them a better parent. However, the data that he's using data that measures homosexual parents in a marriage as two parents, and it says they are, the facts, the research is saying
and shout out to you raising your daughter. There has to be someone there who also represents the mother and someone who represents the father. So thank you for that comment. Exactly. So let's get back to this.
two-parent household children do better. Am I saying that lesbians are better than one man? No, but his argument is saying that gender matters, and so I'm saying no, it's not.
So this is why let's assume that I actually give you your argument. That argument will be redundant because two men raise kids better than one woman. You see what I'm saying? Even if I consider your argument, which I won't, because if we are doing man and woman, I can say 7 men raise kids better than 3 women. 10,000 women can raise kids better than 2 men.
Now I'm debating you.
Napah, 1 second, because this is my time. Remember, 30 minutes.
Okay,
the Q&A,
go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
If I would granted that 2 lesbians are better parents than a single dad, I can flip it and say 2 men are better parents than a single woman, which will be a stalemate. So the argument is irrelevant. So why are we discussing this?
Do you see how you said the argument is irrelevant? So it's gender. A bomb drop. Gender is irrelevant. No, listen, gender is irrelevant.
Now 1 second, Napah. We are saying we are doing numbers. Is 10 bigger than 1?
No, 10 is. I mean, yes, 10 is bigger than 1.
It's just numbers. If I have 2 arms and 2 legs, and I get another person, now we have 4 arms and 4 legs. And if I get another person, we have 3 brains, 6 arms and 6 legs. It's just a numbers game. Why are you bringing that up?
Because the way I'm going to answer you thoroughly. The research that's showing who does better in parenting is not based on sex. It never has been. It's not based on you're better if you are a man or woman. They're looking at the dynamic and the nuclear family, which has been broken due to what we've talked about, welfare, MGTOW, people not wanting to be married. So they're looking at the actual base when people did better with a nuclear family. When they do the research, nuclear family means 2 parents and a child. Traditionally, it's been mother, father, child. But now there is 2 parents, mom, dad, child. In the research, it's saying that 2 parents, that's why we're doing the numbers, do better than 1 parent.
How is that relevant to the prompt? How is that relevant to
I want to get
our men?
I want to finish this off, please.
Yes, I did. How is that relevant to men are better parents than women?
It's relevant because he is comparing. He came out and said a single father does just as well as a 2-parent household. He brought it out. I said, wait,
but that's not the prompt. No, that's not the prompt.
The prompt is, are men better parents than women? My premise is no, because there is no gender ascribed to your good parenting. It depends on the person. However, when we look at parenting now we're going into parenting. We're moving away from that silliness of gender. What? That's just a MGTOW manosphere cult tactic. There is no sex, and this is and sociologists and psychologists back me on this. There's no sex ascribed to good parenting. But he used data to try to say, look at how many bad moms, that there's bad moms households, but look at these 2-parent. He said single father households should be compared to 2-parent households. I brought out that the data is showing that lesbians and gay men are being studied in that parenting information. So it's not irrelevant.
That's perfect. Napah, and that's perfect. So gay parents gay parents that are male and lesbian parents that are male are doing a good
Female.
job, right?
Female. Yeah, they're doing a great job. It's
So,
two-parent households. Yeah.
so if gay parents are doing a good job, I'm giving everything you said face value, and lesbian women are doing their job too. How is it relevant? Both of those groups are doing a good job.
The relevancy is we're talking about parenting, and data shows who's better parents, two parents or single parents. That's the data that's crucial.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Napah. And this is now I'm going to start to answer questions. I'll open the panel in 10 minutes. Napah, are gay parents better? Do gay parents have better results than lesbian parents?
If they are married and they are raising the child.
1 second.
No.
I'm the moderator, and
why would I say something that's silly?
One second,
Why would I say something that's silly?
Napah, I'm a moderator, and I'm going to close the question, so there's no running from you and Ali. Okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're talking about two-parent household. I don't care if these people are married, as long as they're living together and the kid wake up to two parents in the house. Yes, are gay male parents have better results than lesbian parents?
Gay male parents that are married, men, and gay women parents.
I will repeat it again. I'll repeat it again.
No, because
I'll repeat.
By the way, I'm talking about data.
Stop. Napah, can you stop doing that? Listen to what I'm saying. Don't rephrase.
I am listening to you. It's a ridiculous question.
So Napah, don't rephrase my questions. It's not about marriage.
Go ahead.
Two-parent households, meaning these kids are waking up and they have two parents in their house under the same roof.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not marriage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
My question is, who is having better results? These kids are having better results raised by who? Gay parents or lesbian parents?
It's exactly the same according to the data. According to the data.
I'll because I can debate. I will leave it at that. Okay. Ali, question on this situation too. You value statistics to prove that men are having better results than women when it comes to raising these kids. Is that correct? Is that a correct statement?
More about the quality of the human being. I think overall the stats show that the heterosexual families and gay families overall have the same amount of success in relationships based off of the support and the financial success in the household, but they're not speaking on the quality of the people in the relationships.
How do you measure that?
So there are studies where they did with biological kids versus the adopted kids, and they were saying that there was different in outcomes with the way the kids had identity issues, trust issues, or the feelings of belonging, like different ways they were impacted.
As you heard him, so he just conceded. He went in, and I'm happy for him. He went and got the information. I hope that's what he's reading. He said he's reading it. And he admitted that they do better, but then he said it's because of the financial situation. Notice that? But Ali, do you know that the same thing goes for single mothers and single fathers? They fare better, single fathers, because they have more of a support system in general in society, because MGTOW and Manosphere has set it up to where single mothers are looked at as, I'm a doula, and I work with midwives and under midwives as a midwife myself. Okay. You know how many women we have discouraged from doing a deletion of their children? And a lot of them have said, and some of them we haven't been able to discourage. They say, you know what? I don't want to be a single mom. Nobody wants to be with single moms. The guy doesn't want to be with me. So it's a big problem, this rhetoric that you guys push. A single mom, women are sometimes ashamed to say that they have children when they meet a new guy. I know a woman who has 5 children. She told the man that she met that she only had 1. It's because in society, single moms don't get the support that single fathers get. And I'm not knocking the single fathers. It's a tough. I have a friend, he passed away, but he was a single father. There's a lot of beautiful single fathers out here and beautiful single mothers. We cannot do this to people. We cannot, they're already struggling. It's a hard thing to raise your child without the other parent or without that other person, that other parent. So, yeah, listen to how he sees it when he goes and looks up the homosexual information. He starts to put the pieces together like, oh, because he can't fathom. He's like, what? How can he said, how could two women raise children better than one man? Then he says, oh, it's because of financial situations and it's because of the environment. Bingo, my friend. Bingo. It's not just about me beating you in this debate. I really hope, I'm going to even say a little prayer, like Aretha says, that he will sit back and go, hey, you're right. It's not about gender. It's the situation that the people are in. Let me go back and let you listen a little bit. I just wanted to show you that he starts to say, no, I looked it up and it does say they do better, but yeah, exactly.
In these kids, is that correct? Is that a correct statement?
More about the quality of the human being. I think overall the stats show that the heterosexual families and gay families overall have the same amount of success in relationships based off of the support and the financial success in the household.
Y'all heard that, right? Look at me giving it a thumbs up. I was happy as hell. I was happy to hear him say that. Now, if you could just do that for single moms compared to single fathers and everybody else, we will be so happy. We will have overcome a milestone. And then if you could go to the manosphere and be brave enough to teach that, you scared the mess out of me, girl. Be brave enough to teach that, then we'd really have things going better.
But they're not speaking on the quality of.
Yes, they are speaking on the quality. I read the study. They're talking about the quality of life, the children socially, academically, the children don't abuse drugs, more than single parent children. But at least we got him to admit that, yes, it's fine. It's something besides their sex and their gender. I'll go back and I'll leave it alone. Just want you to listen to it without me interrupting.
That men are having better results than women when it comes to raising these kids. Is that correct? Is that a correct statement?
More about the quality of the human being. I think overall the stats show that the heterosexual families and gay families overall have the same amount of success in relationships based off of the support and the financial success in the household. But they're not speaking on the quality of the people in the relationships.
How do you measure that?
So there are studies where they did with biological kids versus the adopted kids, and they were saying that there was different in outcomes with the way the kids had identity issues, trust issues, or the feelings of belonging, like different ways they were impacted versus the
how do you measure the quality of the kid thing?
No, so I'm using the wrong word when quality, when I mean by the way that the life impacts the kid that doesn't have the biological mother and fathers versus the kids, the way they view on life and how they react to life based when they have adopted parents. Parents weren't their adopted.
How do you measure that?
So when they did researches on kids and the way they view themselves as adolescents and how they look at life, of how they're looking at life at the current moment. I'd have to look a little bit more on the.
So let me
go ahead,
so you can understand, right? We say that male fathers have better results than single mothers because their stats show that these kids have better outcomes. Is analytics. These kids go less to jail. These kids get they get better grades in school. These kids, we have all these stats, right?
Right.
My question will be, if you agree, if you're using these as your statement, if this is a definitive statement, this is look at how these kids are doing and all these metrics compare with how they've been. All the metrics that they've been raised by. Okay, is that fair assessment then, right?
Yes, but what I'm saying is that it seems like the stats are biased. Like they don't want to give, when you told me some of this information are good giving politically correct answers. It's like they're saying that the heterosexuals and gay parents and lesbian parents outcome is typically similar. That's what they're saying.
Thank you.
But we know we know when you look at the way fathers raise children, when mothers raise children, when parents would admit that the quality of the kid's life is impacted by fatherless homes more so than fatherless homes more so that in it is almost equivalent to the two-parent household, because the way father acts with his children when he's a single father versus the way mother behaves with her children when she's a single mother. So they'll show how impactful or detrimental can be when the father is there or away, but they won't be honest about what happens whether the kid's raised in a two-parent household with heterosexual parents or gay and lesbian parents.
My second question would be, who would you rather have raising a young child? Two gay parents or a single mother?
Who would I rather have?
Yes, and we're talking about the kids, about
Yes.
the you and the kid. Who would you rather
Yes.
have raising the kids? A single mother or two gay parents?
A single mother, the biological mother.
Y'all heard that, right? You guys heard that, right? The brother said he would rather have the single mother, remember the villain of all villains, according to him, raising a child instead of two men in the homosexual marriage. Now, don't lose focus and say he's right. I wouldn't either. It's not about you. No. He's asserting with all his might, all his intellect. That's what I mean, not his physical might. That men are better parents. He even said at the beginning of this particular part of the debate when I brought this out, he said, I've heard that two gay men are better parents than two lesbians. I've heard that. Remember he said that, right? But you just heard him say he would rather a woman who is a single mother raise a child instead of two men. The debate is, are men better parents? And you can say, well, it's because it doesn't matter if they're gay. He said men are better parents. He said men are better parents. You see why I'm driving it home that it doesn't matter. He's saying that because then if he thinks he doesn't want gay men to raise them, then look at what I'm trying to say. Then it doesn't matter if they're men, does it? It matters what they're doing. It matters their behavior to you. Bomb drop. I'm going to drop a bomb for myself. Hold on, y'all. I haven't done this for a minute. You get what I'm saying? You said men are better parents. But then you say, no, you don't want two men to parent a child. You'd rather have one woman. The worst family of all that you say. And the worst person, a woman. You'd rather the lesser parent, according to your debate and your rhetoric, you'd rather the lesser parent raise that child. You say, oh, no, it's not that she's less. I'd rather be with the biological mother, blah, blah, blah. But your whole argument is that men, because of their sex and gender, are better parents. So you just showed us that is not true, even in your mind. It's not because they're men. It's because of who they are and what they do and how they live and how you think they will handle the children. You lost the debate.
Can you elaborate that?
So this is what I mean.
Who would you rather have raising a young child? Two gay parents or a single mother?
Who would I rather have?
Yes, and we're talking about the kids, about
Yes.
the you and the kid. Who would you rather
Yes.
have raising the kids? A single mother or two gay parents?
A single mother, the biological mother.
Can you elaborate that?
So this is what I mean, right? Kids tend to, when they base success on the kid's life, that's not the same thing at all. The kids,
Oh my God.
the kid's life is impacted by them having their biological mother or father in their life, or they don't have them in their life. So I'd rather the kid have their actual biological parent in the house, at least one of them, than two people in their life that aren't their biological parents. And that's what I mean by when they're looking at a lot of the people that's going in mental health, a lot of people that's receiving therapy, a lot of them have traumatic experiences because they don't have they don't have the biological one of the biological parents in their household, or two of the biological parents in their household. So can the kid be successful when it comes to education, when it comes to getting a job, when it comes to being successful in the future?
You know what I didn't catch? You know what I didn't catch till right now? They can be gay and a biological parent can be there. That's why in the study they have to do more information, because the child could be the person could be divorced from being in a heterosexual marriage, which a lot of women do that, and men, and they could have moved on to a gay marriage. So what is he talking about? I would want them to be, he's just capping right there. He's grasping for straws right there, and it's all good. He's gasping for air, fish out of water, because you weren't ready for this debate. I hope you'll be ready for the next one, though, Ali. The child could be with the biological parent if they're in a gay family, a gay parent family. I just caught that right there. Let me go ahead and mute up.
Successful in the future in the way they develop in life. Kids tend to, when they base success on the kid's life, that's not the same thing at all, Napah.
Oh my God!
The way the kid's life is impacted by them having their biological mother or father in their life, or they don't have them in their life. So I'd rather the kid have their actual biological parent in the house, at least one of them, than two people in their life that aren't their biological parents. And that's what I mean by when they're looking at a lot of the people that's going in mental health, a lot of people that's receiving therapy, a lot of them have traumatic experiences because they don't have they don't have the biological one of the biological parents in their household, or two of the biological parents in their household. So can the kid be successful when it comes to education, when it comes to getting a job, when it comes to being successful in the future in the way they develop in life? Yes, but they have traumatic experiences, and a lot of these kids have mental issues because they don't have the biological parents in their household. So if I had to pick who should be in their lives, I would pick one of the parents that's their biological parent over a gay parent, two gay parents.
Can I say something?
You're on mute, Patty. You're on mute.
No, 1 second, because I have questions for you. You guys can interview each other. You have 2 hours to do that.
I do want to comment, though. Can I not comment on that?
You are going to comment, and he's going to reply, and then you're going to reply, and then it's going to reply.
Okay, I'll comment during my answer.
And let me add one more thing.
Y'all will have a chance to do closing statements. Please write it down.
Let me add one more thing too. In being in mental health, most of the kids would rather, even if they're going through struggle, even if they're living check to check, even if there's things they can't get in their life, that they're with at least one of the parents, one of their biological parents. Most of these kids that I come across, teenagers, adults that have issues, was the fact they didn't have the actual family members in their lives, the mother or the father. And when I come across these kids, when they're asking for who they want in their life, it's never two mommies, it's never two daddies. It's always, I wish I had my daddy in my life if daddy wasn't there, and they wish they had their mother in their life if their mother wasn't there. Most of the things that's pushed on the kids are societal to make a lot of LGBT parents comfortable with raising a kid. And not saying they can't help with raising a kid if people are abandoning them, but most people having issues, traumatic issues or mental issues, because they don't have the mother or the father in their life.
So my question to Napah is a stepdad more important than a stepmom?
No. Can I elaborate on something or no?
Yes, and if you if you're going to talk about the outcome of the child, right? Because we're talking about what our opinion about men and women. This is about the child. Is a stepdad more important than a stepmom? You said no. Why do you say that, Napah?
Okay, I will. But can you repeat the topic, the prompt of the debate?
The prompt is men are better parents than women.
Okay, great. Okay, my premise, no, a stepdad is not better than a stepmom and a stepdad. But in society today...
One second, just 1 second. I said more important. Importance a lot of times is not better. If a baby is born, your importance as a woman is more because you give titty to the baby, right? So you
Right.
might not be better than the man, but you are more important. So is a stepdad more important than a stepmom? Go ahead and interrupt.
Right. A stepdad is not more important than a stepmom, and a stepmom is not more important than a stepdad. Children need both. They need two parents, and they need more. It's more complex, but they need a. I know this sounds cliche, but it takes a village to raise a child. That is why we see a lot of success rates with two-parent gay parents, because they have more community involvement. Like they get together, they have male, female, father figures, mother figures coming in and helping. With the single mother household, with this data that we're looking at, she's literally on her own. And she's become a pariah in society because all this rhetoric pushed, because the resentment about women in the feminist movement saying I can do it myself, men started just abandoning them, and now they are impoverished, they're alone, and they become pariahs, and people are saying stay away from them, avoid single moms as like the plague, to let them do it on their own. That's why we have single mother by choice now, with a lot of successful, mostly Caucasian women going to sperm banks and getting children, having children, because men are saying leave them alone, don't be with them. That's the issue. And then these women, by the way, these women who are single by choice, single mother by choice, the stats are coming out that the children are faring better. So it's a community thing. Even though they're raising them single, they're doing better because it's a poverty thing, it's a finance thing, and it is a community thing. We need to look at that and get away. So my point is, my premise was that men are not better parents than women because there is no gender attached to better parenting. And I want to point out that Ali actually gave me the debate. He conceded. He said, I would not have two men raise one child. I would choose a single mom. He literally said that. So he's saying that men are better parents, but you want the child to be with the woman who's a single mom. I just wanted to point that out. So go ahead. That's the answer to my question. No, there's no more important, and there's no, when it comes to gender, it's who the parent is. It doesn't matter about the child.
Can I answer that question too? Can I answer that question too?
A quick reply, please.
Yes. So you're absolutely wrong. Most of us push two-parent household, and I also push the biological parents to be in their life. Why would I push for two gay men or lesbians to be in this kid's life that's not their biological parents over the single mother who's their biological parent? I want the parent that
men were better parents.
No, let me.
Are men? Wait, Ali, are men better parents?
Well, are we talking about because you moved the goalpost to non-biological?
Because you didn't answer the question. Was our stepdads more important than stepmoms?
No, they're not. I said it. I said it, and I elaborated.
She won't answer. I'll answer it though. The stepdaddy is better.
I said no, they're not.
You said no. You said they're equal still. You keep saying that the gender doesn't matter and they're equal. So I'm answering that the stepdaddy is better.
Yeah.
Can I answer? It's my turn.
Friend,
you answer.
Be precise with what my question
is.
Not better, more important.
The stepdad is usually is more important and better because he's there to take care of the mother and the kids, and usually without any benefits. So that's why we call them step crash dummies a lot of times, because they have absolutely no benefit but to take care of the parent. The single mother is usually there for herself, just like the single mother who lost the father of the kids because she keeps putting herself first. A lot of women will tell you now, especially today's modern women, they don't want to date a single father because the single father won't make them number one, and they don't like the fact that the kids have to come before she does. Stepdads don't mind being number three, where women, whether they're single mothers or stepmamas, still want to be number one over the man or over the kids. So I'll put the stepdaddy over the stepmama too.
I'm going to Napah for 2 questions and Ali for 2 questions. Okay, the panel opens in 5 minutes. If you don't have nobody, we're about to go to Napah, eat some burgers. Napah, on the man and woman are equally responsible for creating single mother-led homes. You keep talking about MGTOW, men going their own way. What is the percentage of men that you think are actually going their own way and not dealing with women whatsoever? Just a guess. You don't have to give me statistically. Just a guess.
I couldn't say. I will say that social media has
a great impact on everyone's lives universally. So I don't know. I couldn't put a number on that. I don't
Can
really
you give
like
me
giving
like a
that.
ballpark, like less than 10%, less than 20%, less than 50%,
Going their own
less than
way?
70%?
Oh, yeah. Well, according to the research showing about single father homes, I'd say right now about 20% we have single father homes. So that's the only way I could base it. 20%.
Yes. I just want to make sure that MGTOW is not about single fathers. MGTOW a lot of times is about not even entertaining women, don't cohabitate, don't make babies, all of that.
Wouldn't that be
MGTOW,
single fathers though?
no, because
Don't live with her. Don't be around her.
Napah, don't tell that to nobody, but I'm technically MGTOW. I don't have no kids.
I knew
I
it.
don't live
I
with a
knew
woman.
it.
And I'm not married with a woman. I actually am helping not creating single mother households by actually getting off the game. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
the MGTOW is not I left my family. The MGTOW a lot of times is I went my way and I didn't establish no paternity,
For you,
no kids,
sir.
no nothing.
Fatty, for you. But there, MGTOW started. A lot of men were married when MGTOW really took place, like in the 2000s, the early 2000s. Men were married and saying, "Don't engage with these women," and they start teaching men like you, younger men, "Hey, don't make my mistake. Don't even get married." But at first, they were married. They were married.
Fatty, can I make
just 1 second? Those are not single mothers. Single mothers are women that got kids out of wedlock. You are a divorcee or a widow. Is not a single mother. We don't count
No,
single
actually,
mother.
no. You got to do
You
the
are a
research.
divorcee. Nobody's going to call you single mother if you are not a single mother. You are a single mother if you have a kid outside of wedlock.
No, my friend. According to that's why I said, did y'all look at this stuff the research out there? The information, that stuff about 70% of divorce and single fathers all over the internet. We got people saying, I'm not going to name them. Big, really well-known people are saying single fathers do just as well as two-parent households. Single fathers do better than single mothers. That data, Fatty, is going by divorced mothers, legally divorced, women who haven't been married, and women who live solo, as well as women who are living with the father. So yeah, single mothers are divorcees. You got to go look at the research.
I'll leave that. Ali, anything that you want to say very quick, Ali, about
this? She's making it seem like men with that movement in response to women who no longer need the man and pick their independence over the man, and they were in fear of losing their assets and losing their marriages and their families. That's why they started going their own way. It was in response to women going their own way.
You asked me?
No, the actual.
Yes,
no,
I can answer.
It's in Napah first, and you for clarification as well too. Yes. I could have sworn that MGTOW was not men just wanting to leave women alone. It's the risk that was coming from today's women that were picking themselves over the family, and even if they got married to the women, their assets would be compromised and their families would be compromised. Then men pushed the MGTOW. They didn't do it just to say we want to stay away from women. They chose it from them. They made the movement to keep from being compromised from independent women.
Go ahead, Napah, very quick, and then I'll have to keep going. Go ahead, Napah.
Yeah, feminism movement with the manosphere. You asked me a question. The manosphere came out of men's equal rights movement as a response to the second wave of feminism. MGTOW came out of the men's equal right movement. So no, it wasn't just women leaving them first. They responded to men not having equal rights. Feminism, second wave of feminism was going radical crazy, just like MGTOW now, and manosphere is going crazy. It's not about people's sex and gender. It's about sociological issues. So no, MGTOW came out of manosphere, men's equal rights, but they were radical. They were radical.
But by the way, Napah, do you think the Black Panthers was a terrorist organization?
I'm not answering. Why?
That was a good question. I want to show you guys something really quickly. That was pretty much the end of the debate. I'm gonna stop sharing that. Let me share this. Okay. So Here's the paper that I was referring to about MGTOW. All right, MGTOW. Let's go to the top. This is the paper, Anti-Feminism Online, MGTOW, Men Going Their Own Way, Ethnographic Perspectives Across Global Online and Offline Spaces. ResearchGate, okay, this is by Jie Liang Lin, or Lin. Reactionary politics encompass various ideological strands within the online anti-feminist community. In the mass media, events such as the 2014 Isla Vista killings of Gamergate, it was remember the guy just started offing all those gamers at that event? They brought more visibility to the phenomenon. Okay, although anti-feminism online is most commonly associated with middle-class white males, the community extends as far as female students and professionals. And of course, now became Black MGTOW, and of course the Black Manosphere and everything like that. It is associated with terms such as men's rights movement, Meninism, the red pill, and the pickup artist, men going their own way, the group on which I focused my study. So that's the person who wrote the paper. Let's get down here. Let's see. MGTOW comprises of mostly straight, white, middle-class men from North America and Europe, but not anymore. There's Black men, everybody. Because this stuff, this anti-feminism movement, it's become radicalized, and a lot of people have been swept up in it. As you see, Fatty and everybody's in the manosphere. He said, don't tell anybody, but he's MGTOW, so it's not just white men anymore. All right, so let me keep reading. Of Western society, right? Well, it says, wait, let me start over. MGTOW espouses that the abandonment of women and a Western society that has been corrupted by feminism. So see, they say, let's leave these women. Let's leave everything. The existing system to them is impossible to amend. So MGTOWs are, quote, going their own way, unquote. MGTOW believe that they are victims of gynocentrism, and they believe that male gender roles, that the male gender role entraps men as silent breadwinners. You see how I was saying how men are leaving their homes? They don't want to go. They're not initiating divorce because they know that's going to cost them money. And they don't trust the system. And they definitely know they're not going to get a fair shake, usually in court. Through technological advancement, men as a race have essentially dug their own graves by creating technological advances leading to public spheres and digital phenomena such as selfie culture, wherein females are privileged and rewarded for their own narcissistic tendencies. Well, okay, let me scroll down to this part about divorce. Okay, it talks about where it got started. I think this is where it got started. You know what I'll do? I can do, y'all. You guys don't really want to hear all this, do you? Let me see. I think it's here. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. I read this whole thing. According to, I think this is it. Yeah. According to psychologist Joseph Plack, the paradoxical male reality was that despite institutionalized male privilege, most men do not feel powerful. Fulfilling the scripted male sex roles to succeed in public life left them, quote, emotionally and psychologically impoverished, leading men to feel that women had expressive power and masculinity validating power of over them. So they felt like women are lording over them. Just like when my brother Ali says, if she won't listen to you, why wouldn't you leave? Okay, sex role theory was radical in the pre-feminist context of the 1950s and 1960s because it broke partially from biological essentialism and suggested a correlation between identity formation and social structure. Men's liberation seeking to align itself with women's movement. See, that's the men's liberation, the men's rights movement. That's what I was saying. Men's liberation seeking to align itself with women's movement and eager to resolve any contradictions, package sex role theory as an argument of the symmetrical oppression of men and women in a sexist society. According to Warren Farrell, this is Dr. Warren Farrell. He talks about the boy crisis. He was previously a feminist, and now he's a male advocate for men and boys. Anyway, according to Warren Farrell, a public men's liberation figure, and for a while a feminist, men are trapped in a quote masculine mystique compounded by women's economic dependency on them. He says, the unliberated woman living vicariously has become a two-sex problem. Thus, men's liberation, coalescing with the women's movement, sought to undo sexist forms of oppression to the equal benefits of both genders. So remember I said the manosphere, MGTOW came out of the men's liberation, the men's rights movement, along with the which was sparked by the second wave of feminism. This is what I was talking about. Appointed feminist critic was that the men's liberation platform decontextualized institutionalized relations of power and the inaccessibility of women to male institutionalized privilege. Sex role theory problematically posited a false symmetry between women's and men's liberation and assumed white male middle class and heterosexual identity to be normative. So I'm going to drop the link for this in the chat. Y'all don't want to hear all this, but what I'm just saying is this tells us what sparked the MGTOW, the manosphere and MGTOW. These men were leaving their families, their wives. All right, so that's it. I played it. It's here. I came. I saw. I conquered. 2 gay men can't teach a young girl how to be a woman. Yeah, well, they have a two men. It's very complex. When we talk about family dynamic, we need a mother or father to raise children. There's so many different dynamics now where there are gay families, where there are gay parents, single parents, grandparents raising children. You know what I'm saying? So I was saying earlier, the reason these children are faring better, this is what I posit. Okay, talking about what everybody else posits. I deduce that they have much more community assistance and support, and they come together, male and female, in the LG community. I know it's LGBT, but the lesbians and the gay men, they come together and they help each other raise the children. And so, and plus their financial situations aren't always, very, very much better, but they are oftentimes better. Not always, but oftentimes. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in. And I agree that, like I said, you need children. You say can't raise a woman. I don't think only 2 men ideally can. If it was just the 2 men, no input from grandmas or aunts or best girl, the female friends. 2 men raising 1 child, like on a deserted island, the child would miss out on that female parent interaction and love and reinforcement. Same thing with 2 women on a desert island raising a boy or a girl, by the way. Let me take that back. 2 men or on a desert island raising a boy or a girl. would be lopsided. Two women raising a boy or a girl on a desert island, nobody else interacting, would be lopsided. That is why we need to keep having these conversations, not blame one, definitely not try to say one gender. Don't even if you don't look, we have our own feelings. I'm me first. Like I'll say, it doesn't matter what I feel in my life. It doesn't matter what I do in my life. It matters what's best for children. And we need to be careful when it comes to telling people about their children if they are not harming them. If there is a heterosexual woman or man that is single, raising their children the best they can, I cannot bash them and say, oh, you're a bad parent. If there is two parent gay male couple raising a child, I cannot come in there and say, oh, you're not doing this right and you're not doing that right. Even there, it's not my child. What we need to do is safeguard everyone who wants to take care of children and raise children and love them, and who are not people who are not trying to turn children into something that they want them to be. And that goes beyond sexual orientation, even religion. If we're going to go after people and say, well, I don't want that child to become a lesbian, I don't want them putting those lesbian thoughts in the child's mind. Well, think about it. What about us putting religious thoughts in children's minds? Am I against it? No, but I'm not being biased. I'm trying to be objective. And this isn't toward anybody, this isn't toward you, brother Law, because I'm a theist. I believe in God, where I stand. My beliefs and what someone's doing and raising their own children, if they're not harming their children, if they're not abusing their children in any way, shape, or form, verbal, mental, physical, essay, then I can't tell those people you're not fit to be a parent. That's crazy. You know how people are about their kids? Anyway, peace to the darkest minds of the light, to HOK family. Shout out to Ilkan Ali. Thank you for that debate. Shout out to the Untouchable Empire and Fatty. Thank you for that debate. We hopefully will still be able to get together. I'm supposed to debate Ali on the 6th of June. I got to get with him and talk to him about that, have Senator talk to him, and we get the links out. I think the world likes the dysfunction, sis. It's just good for business. That sounds interesting. I don't. You're onto something there. Let's see what Brother Law says. He says, it seems like chaos in the new world is comfortable. What the heck? You guys said almost the same thing. It seems like chaos in the new world is comfortable with conforming to be a modern S&G. I don't know what that is, but I'm not conforming to anything. So in case, I don't think you were talking to me, but if you were, I'm not conforming to anything. People are going to have children all day long, right? Everybody's going to have children. And there's gay women and gay men who have children. Biologically. I'm not going to, what am I going to do if I can only step in or take a stance against child abuse. That's it. I can't take a stance against. And people say, well, it's child abuse to have that in front of the kids. Well, that is not Sodom and Gomorrah. That if I came to people saying Sodom and Gomorrah, what would they say? Don't put your beliefs on me. Don't put your beliefs on me about Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I'm saying? What can I do? Yeah, I'm not here to I'm not here to govern people's lives if they're doing everything right. When I say doing everything right, I'm not in your bedroom. I don't care what you do as adults in your bedroom if it does not affect children or me. What you do in your bedroom stays in your bedroom. I don't need to know about it. It's between you and your mate and the God that you serve, if you serve a God. So that's all I have to say about that. I get what you're saying, Brother Law, and I appreciate your comment. but it is what it is. Sodom and Gomorrah is what he was speaking on. Now, let me make this clear. This isn't about me pushing anything. I'm not pushing anything. I'm not pushing heterosexual. I'm not pushing homosexual. I'm not pushing single mother. I'm not pushing single father. I am pushing, let me take that back. I'm pushing complete family unit, 2 people and more raising a child the right way, taking care of babies. It broke my heart to see that video that Ali had on his channel. That baby went to her mother and said, "Mama, why don't you have a boyfriend? Or why don't you have a husband?" I think she said that. And the mom said, "Why are you asking me that?" She said, "Because I want a dad." And then the mom said something harsh that a lot of single mothers do, and they shouldn't. She didn't know any better. Still, it didn't help. It still hurts the child. She said, "Your daddy doesn't want to be here. That's why you don't have a daddy." You don't do that. And then the girl got sad and laid her head down and said, "I want a daddy. Go get me one." So I'm for children. Even right now, thinking about it, I'm getting a little choked up. I am for children. We will not bash parents who are struggling to do the best for children. We will not say that women who are trying to do it on their own and they're failing at it because they don't have support, we will not say that they are bad. We will not kick them while they're down. We will not kick fathers who are doing it on their own while they're down either. Well, who are we going to kick? We're going to kick the child abusers, the PDF files, the people who abandon and neglect children, the people who are in the school system, teachers, who are covertly abusing boys, little boys, especially Black boys and minority boys, but especially little Black boys, focusing on them, playing mind games. It's a boy crisis. But does that mean that little girls don't get abused in school? No, it doesn't. My point is, we got to go against the ones who are harming children, not the ones who are struggling trying to help children, single mothers. Seriously? That just made my heart chakra glow bright for a second. What did? That we're going to fight against the people who harm children? Good. I like that. Eyes wide shut in real life in real time. With that said, thank you so much for tuning in. Peace to you and your beautiful queen, Brother Law. Peace to Rakibel Shams Ata Arif Mahdi. I think I'm getting better at saying that. Peace to Old Accountant, everybody who's in here, Pat Mose. There is a couple other people. Oh, I know. Have you seen that video? Oh my gosh, if I could find it. Oh God, it definitely will make you cry. I cried when I watched it. That baby was so sweet. Peace to you. Peace, everybody. Have the rest of your weekend. And to those who celebrated the Shabbat and it's over, I hope you had a great Shabbat. So peace to everybody.